How is everybody? Who streams in the same day? Out of control, man. It is out of control. We need some more ammo. Just in case we get into some shenanigans of ins. Just put it straight into the backpack, please. 10 of those. Oh, boy. We need some P8 ammo too. Straight into the backy. So we're off on another adventure. Do a little bit of rock mining. Or a little bit of gem mining, I should say, in the geo. Rhino, how are you? Commander Alice? Rock mining with a rock, or have you stooped to using a geo? Bossy. Metaphysical, how are you guys? 07s, welcome. Welcome. We'll just be out in the geo. We shall just be out in the geo. But we'll see how we go. We'll see what happens. We may end up in a rock. Who knows? I'm in the geo because I'm really just... I'm keen to mine anything, really. And obviously, the Hadanite, we kind of need the geo. The rock's just too powerful. It's too powerful. It is too powerful. Cannot be helped. That machine, it just has so much magnificence. It can't be helped. It's too powerful. Can't control it. And taken to the edges, to the limit. Hadanite's rare on the surface. I was finding Hadanite all the time when I was playing last week. Week before? Hadanite was everywhere. Maybe they've changed it in this patch. This patcheroo. We shall find out. We are really just mining anything we come across. We're an equal opportunity gemologist. Alright. Let's mount up. Good old Asgard. Be mining Hadanite in the DS. That's so sweet. Just feather the laser on and off. That's nice, dogs. How are you? Mr. Acorn. Alright, let's jump in. Now that we are back aboard the ship and we are ready to go, let's jump in. Let's turn that off. Let's get that on. Got our request going. We're in there, Anvil Asgard with the best of show paint on it. I don't know when that turned up or when the show was for that to even be a thing. But welcome. Let's go. Where are we going? Nobody knows. When will we get there? Soon. Got a couple of containers in the back. Couple of 2 SCU storals for some loot. We've got one that's got our gems in it so far that we've been mining, that aphrite that we found earlier in the day. Might head on over to Ariel, have a blast around Ariel and see what's out there, hey? And then no doubt at some stage we'll end up in some what the fuck is that thing? We'll end up in some underground facilities. Looking for more loot to deconstruct in our fabricator. Had a bit of a workout, that fabricator, earlier on. I really did enjoy that. It was quite nice. Ended up with a bunch of Beridon too. Selling is a pain now with quality. See, that's something I haven't looked at yet. Selling stuff. Took you 25 minutes to sell 16 SCU. 16 SCU, that's a lot of gems. You want to sell all regardless of quality button. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be very nice. Was it my stream that informed you that you can put a Geo in an Aurora Mark II? I've never even seen an Aurora Mark II. And it's got ads again. Bloody ads, man. Somebody needs to subscribe. Oh, boy. Let's see what we can find here. Scanner, no worky.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting the web.
DarkerCon gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slam Squad Metaphysical One. Enjoy the tip dams. DarkerCon gifted a tier 1 sub to Metaphysical One.
No more ads.
38 gift subs in the channel.
38 gift subs. That's out of control. Well, there we go, Metaphysical. No more ads. Fuck your ads. You're a legend. Thanks, Acorn. Alright, let's see what we can find out here on the good old aerial. What would be great is to not crash into the ground as soon as we get here. That would be a wonderful start. You know, not having any crashes. Don't forget, if you've got Amazon Prime, then you get a free sub every month. Bit more Aphorite, hey? A little bit more Aphorite. Let's just have a bit of a browse around and see what we can. See what we can find, hey? A little bit of Prota. I swear that said Hadanite for a minute then. I like how Prota comes up as like a patch of harvestables. See, it says Hadanite and then you get closer and it says Prota.
I apologize for interrupting, Commander. YouTube is broadcasting a subscriber alert.
Oh boy.
Thank you SMCC for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to After Dark.
Hey, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Well, you know what I need to do? I need to get my YouTube things open. Let's sort that out while we're here. How do I get there? By the way, yes, thank you for the sub, SMCC, was it? Let me go in here and then I'll be able to get a proper chat which tells me the activity that's going on the old YouTubers. Activity somewhere. Okay. So. Oh, fair enough. Just go back in here. The Proto's useful for Rayari rep. That's very true. Found a juicy patch of Aphrite meta. Let's go have a look what this is. Yeah, the quality is a thing now, hey? A little bit of Dolavine. There's some Hadanite that's going to become... Oh, it says harvestables. It says harvestable. A little bit of Beradom, eh? Let's grab ourselves some Beradom. Why not? Alright, let's go. Good old Ariel. Did Rock Breaker last night, Commander Alice? Server issues resulted in 3 total payments of 850k. It's pretty nice. Do I have a helmet on? I do have a helmet on. Might do. We had more ammo in the cupboard. In the locker. Good to know. Good to know. Plenty more ammo in the locker. The Asgard with his dash hound legs is not easy to land on tricky terrain. No, it's not. That's all right. You don't really need to worry about that with the Geo. Just land anywhere and then fly into it. And it's got the side doors that you can sort of vault up into it. Oh, no worky? I think I moved around a little bit too quickly. Let's get out and get back in. Your go-to for rock mining, Commander Alice, is the Lancer Max because it has such a short ramp, so almost impossible to end up with a gap. I guess if you've got a vehicle, it makes a big difference. I want to say, I think my favorite is still the Nomad. I think my favorite is still the Nomad. Well, this is interesting. It's because you're on contract with Consolidated Outland. They're sponsored by. This is very interesting. We're on high frequency mode. It's absolutely rubbish quality Beradom. 34. Gonna get a scan on this one. What does that say it is? 398. Alright, let's go 100% power into this. High frequency mode. We're a little closer than optimal. Not getting any charge into this rock at all. Very interesting. Let's cycle the power. Cycle to low. Back to high. Okay, there we go. Build the power. Just took a bit of time, that's all. Took a bit of time to build that power into it. Okay. Interessant. So for those people who are out there mining gems, are you just mining everything and just selling like has historically been the case? Or are you now specifically looking for only high quality gems for crafting? I'm assuming that might become a little bit more relevant when, you know, more time has gone past and people have had a chance to accumulate blueprints. And that's going to be the next phase. Sorting out blueprints. Figuring out how to get them. What to focus on. Player market for blueprints would be sweet. I'm sure at some stage there will be some sort of player market. I mean, they have spoken quite a lot about different sorts of shops and everything. So Meta, you mine all hand minables. You keep the high quality ones. And the low quality ones are used for the missions. Ah, that's a great idea. Yeah, because the missions now, the hand mining missions actually pay you just a little bit more than going to sell them all. So if you collect them all, like right now I'm up to like tier 2, I think, or whatever it is, of the hand mining missions. 80 Aphorite, 100 Dolivine, and 20 Hadanite, or whatever it is. And when I was doing the maths on it a couple of weeks ago, you were better off actually doing the missions, because the missions would pay you, you know, an extra $5,000 or $6,000 more than if you were just selling the gems. And now that I guess that there's the quality is what Meta was saying, you know, keep the high quality ones in case you want them for crafting, and then use the lower quality ones as your trade items for the missions. I think that's a great way to do it. Rhino, you mine everything. You keep the 800 quality plus, or the 800 plus quality, and use the rest to build up a Shubin rep. Yep. Commander Alice, you're mining everything. As with the DS, you can crack things faster and clear an entire patch without moving. You can generally get about 3 to 4 SCU per hour, depending on server latency. That's some chunky gem work. People are doing a lot of horse trading in game now. What are you saying here, Acorn? You know, if you overflow mission turn-ins, so what are you saying? You turn in more than what the mission is asking for. The excess turns to 0 quality and you can re-roll it. Oh, so it turns to 0 quality, and then by re-rolling it, you mean putting it down in the freight elevator and then bringing it back up and it gets quality. That's what you mean by re-rolling, yeah? think my hopper is full. You can get level 2 Shubin pretty easily, but you do either of the rock breaker missions. 25, 25, 25, 25. Okay, so you actually get a fair bit of Beridom from these nodes. It's not like the hand minables. With the hand minables, you only really get a handful of gems per node. Let's addition it out. Got a box full of gems that you need to take on a Shubin grind. Meta. Got a few gems back at Lawville. Maybe now's I should really be focusing on grinding through rep now too. There seems to be quite a few missions and activities and stuff behind reputation walls, which I think is kind of cool. The more things you do, you can unlock opportunities and paths and all that sort of stuff. I think that's kind of cool. I would like to see a little bit of gamification of that though, just so that you can see what the next thing is, whether that's through like an NPC message or something saying, hey, listen, you're doing really well. I'd love to be able to offer you some of these contracts. But at the moment, we kind of need you to put in a little bit more effort. So that way okay, if I do more missions and I gain more rep, this is what I can look forward to. Right now, I don't see anything like that. So that gamification just doesn't exist. That incentive to do just that little bit more. And it's kind of like I could say it's kind of like being at work, right? And your boss says, if you make an extra, 15 calls a day, Viv, we can give you an extra $100. Then I know, okay, well, I can get an extra $100 by doing 15 more calls. I'm going to do those 15 more calls. But if the boss doesn't tell me that, and then one day I go, well, I'm a bit bored, I might do 15 more calls, and then the boss says, oh, that's great, Viv. Here's $100 for doing 15 more calls. That's nice. But if I knew that I was going to get $100, I would have done it way sooner. I'd do it more regularly. I'd be saying, hey, boss, if I do 30 calls, what's on the table? I haven't really concentrated on rep for quite some time, like ages. The last time really was, back in the 3-point patches when I was grinding through my Hurston Dynamics rep to get the big bunker missions. Does the rep reset between patches? I don't think it does, right? Maybe like an intro mission or something you might need to do again, but the rep is persistent through patches, yeah? That doesn't seem right to me. Your next job, Alice, is to do a bunch of salvage, but collecting a stock of components ahead of time. What do you mean by collecting a stock of components? Oh, so you did lose some rep. Kovalex, Rayari, and Ling family rep. See, it's going to be real nice when we get to the point of persistence. 1.0. Well, actually, I should say it's going to be nice when we get to the point where, you know, we have this, persistence. Yeah. I didn't say the right words. Component hand-ins are needed for the salvage missions, not just RMC and construction material. Sick! That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Yeah, all these new missions are cool. I remember when the salvage first came in and you could salvage components and everything, and then they you know, nerfed the prices of everything and everyone lost their shit. And I was like, yeah, but you know, that's the whole point of salvage, is to be stripping all these things off. And so now that we've got missions that sort of require you to do that, I love that. All right, salvage is on the cards. Salvage is on the cards. I love that. So let's go back up to what you were saying before. Next job is doing the salvage, but collecting a stock of components ahead of time. So you'll just collect a whole bunch of components and then, you know, just spam through the missions. You've got a whole bunch of components you can hand in. Woo! There were new courier missions, were there? We're having fun with those, but they weren't released in 4.7. I think Rhino was mentioning something about those the other day. He said, I think he was talking to somebody else in the chat about the missions coming in 4.8, and I think he was talking about delivery missions and courier missions. And all right, little patch of Beridom. What is people's, you know, mining methods these days? Do you break everything and then vacuum it all up, or do you break and take each node? Like I have been here, break one, take it. Break one, take it. Or do you sit there and just break them all and then just move them up? I guess it depends. Like if you're in like a DS, like Commander Alice's, then you've got that big hopper, you could probably do something like that. Whereas in my little geo here, where I can only have a maximum of 100 gems in my hopper, that makes the situation slightly more challenging or different. I haven't really been keeping an eye on the quality of this Beridom. I guess I'm not too concerned about it at this stage. 34. This is some pretty rubbish Beridom. Still really would have liked to have seen the quality of these sorts of materials dependent on how you mine them. Like in this circumstance, just press the power button, scroll up into the green zone and just wait. I would have preferred to have seen that green zone either moving and changing, or have like different bands, and then if you scrolled up into a higher band, then you're reducing the quality. You just scroll back and try and keep it in there. And I would have loved to have seen something like that, where the quality was influenced by your level of skill in terms of mining it. That would have been quite nice. Maybe that might happen in the future. Who knows? Holy crap! Talk about stacking things, hey? Where's that stack all button? Maybe this is why the stack all button doesn't work. Because it doesn't know the difference between qualities of different sorts of things. Yeah, it looks like each of those gems gave me 25. Each of those nodes gave me 25 gems. You break 6 nodes and then scoop? More than that and the server gets busy. $827, look at that. Interesting, I thought I saw that last node that I broke said 34. But that seems kind of rather low to me. Go. Hang on a second, we've left some... We tried to do things too quickly. I think we've left the 34 on the ground. Screenshot before the sun disappears. I like the composition of this shot. Apparently the stack all takes a toll on the server. There is one over there, but I don't know if I can be bothered. Yeah, 34 quality. Has anyone noticed if there's a difference in pricing for the quality? When you go to sell things, does the quality affect the pricing of gems? Would kind of be cool if it did, but I can't see anything else there that needs to be stacked. Yeah, see, so the hand minables give you 8 per node. And then the bigger ones give you 25 per node. Let's go! Quality doesn't affect it yet. Oh, we might have a little skim along and go chase that sun. Harvestables. Some apherite. Hadanite, eh? Let's go. Might land here, get some lights on this situation because we're going to lose the sun. See, now this is when you'd kind of be in a situation if you were in a wheeled vehicle. But the Geo is not going to care about that little ramp. Let's go get ourselves some Hadanite. All right. Let's see what quality we get. Is it going to be the very best? Or is it going to be Roberto? A little bit too much power. Let's turn that down. Yeah, the sunset is gorgeous. Screenshot with the back of the Geo open. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to close that little compartment. It's open all the time. For the sake of the screenshot, I think I might close it. Let's grab whatever's in there. So I only got 5 Hadanite gems from that node. We'll see if that's going to be the consistent case. Can't see what the number says. 589. I might need to get a beverage in a minute. Something to with my whistle. Maybe something with a little bit of chocolate in it. We all know what's coming. We all know what should have been done. Given we have them in the house of this evening. I wonder if I can look at my Moby glass while I'm in here. Oh, I can. $298. Well, this is a little bit of rubbish, isn't it? Boring. Would have been sweet. You'd like to have just like the automatic mode. This is the quality that you're going to get in this, automatic setting. Go for it. Otherwise, go advanced mode. And you may end up with worse quality if you don't control your outputs properly and your frequencies. But on something like that, where that was a 298 quality gem, you might say, oh, well, look, I'll go advanced anyway and see if I can get higher. That would have been sweet. The Port Pirate is joining us on the old YouTube. Good evening. How are you, my friend? I hope you are well. A bit of Hadanite mining. Let's go. Look at that sunset. Sun is gone. Finishing up this patch in the evening. What's your poison, the Port Pirate? Are you a rock miner? Are you a gem miner? Do you mine in the ships? Do you prefer combat? Are you a space pirate? Do you like ship combat? What's your game of choice? Oh shit. Don't know if exploding nodes still do damage, but I'd rather not find out. Boom, there it goes. You want to put mining gadgets on the rock and geoheads? Keep increasing charge speed so you can break nodes faster. Oh, you're a loot goblin. Ah! Did a little bit of looting in the previous stream this afternoon. And we'll obviously get onto some more of that. I was so happy with the new inventory changes and just how it's massively improved the whole looting game. I think after this little patch of Hadanite, we'll go pick ourselves up a little looty-shooty mission and go fill up another box with some loot. A few hours tonight, we'll touch on a few things. Another rubbish gem, 295. But we've got a couple of spare boxes in the back of the Asgard. So once we've cleaned up this little patch of Hadanite, you were watching, then this live stream popped up, so you switched. What were you watching? What were you watching? Another stream? Something else? Maybe the television? A movie? The latest game of the cricket? You're a master of all trades, Commander Alice. Except time. Can't play as much as you'd like. It is like I find most things in the game, you know, exciting. I'm maybe not the ship combat. I'm not a great, you know, fighter pilot. Oh, you were watching the last live stream. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for popping that on. We can catch one live. We'll go do some looting together. Me doing the looting and you in spirit, or perhaps, you know, side by side in your game. But you know, together. Whoa, let's just drop that power all the way out of there. Bit of server lag. Bought the complete Aurora pack. What is the complete Aurora pack? Does it come with upgrades, does it? Full kit with all the modules meta. What do you mean by is the new Aurora modular? Right, we're gonna have a look at this. You want to learn to use the Atlas gear for crafting your loot? Well, I mean, at this stage, the Atlas is really only useful for, you know, breaking these gems, right? Which you're going to need in different blueprints. You know, I don't know too much. I don't have any blueprints. I don't really follow the game as intensively as I used to. $782 quality on this little node. Not bad. Because the overcharge zone on this is much bigger. The higher quality gem, it's the overcharge zone is bigger. So you want to learn to use the Atlas geo for crafting your loot. I should pay more attention to the stuff that I'm dismantling so I can see where the gems are actually used, like in you know, what bits of equipment. You know nothing about mining or crafting, Pirate? I don't know anything about crafting, but the mining's fairly straightforward. Point at one of these nodes in fracture mode, click, scroll until that little sliding green bar is sitting in the optimal window, which is the big green wedge, and just wait until it finishes. And then right click to change from fracture mode to extraction mode. Left click again and gobble up all the gems and you're done. The Geo only has a limited capacity of 100 gems. So we'll jump out. Am I crawling around on the ground? I am. We'll open up the hopper at the back. Suppose there's a little box. Now we can either take this whole box out and put a new box in, or we can just open up this box and transfer everything inside it into our backpack. The different quality gems that we just mined. $782's the highest there, hey? Whole bunch of little rubbish gems. Don't need to close this, but we might as well close it back up. And we'll go get back in our ship. The Western Trucker. You, my friend, joining us on the old Twitcheroo. What do you mean who buys the complete pack? Even if I only use the standard edition, that's a lot of LTI tokens. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Down to 927 copper. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. So this Mark II Aurora, it fits a pulse in it. And you can fit a Geo in a Mark II Aurora. Oh no, you can't break it. You can't break it. It's a disaster. Miners unite. Everyone descend on Rhino. Alright, let's stick all of these into there. I've got something to eat and drink in here. Up this little burrito. See if the burrito makes a difference to my hunger. The whammers didn't. The burgers didn't. Oh, the burritos do. The burritos do. They help. They help. The hunger is gone. Oh, I haven't read the whole message, what Meta says there. He's going to log on at 2 a.m. and collect your low quality ores and go sell them. You know what would be sweet? Is dailies, man. Just to log on for 20 minutes and do your dailies. Proper MMO sort of stuff. Never goes in that room. Oh, yeah. Just so I don't forget, let's put the helmet on. If the circle's red, you're dead. Square is blue, it's good for you. That little rhyme hasn't always saved me. You see this little blue circle? This blue square? Sometimes it's a red circle. It's a red circle when you don't have a helmet on. And that little rhyme, it has helped sometimes, but it hasn't helped all the time. If the circle's red, you're dead. If the square is blue, it's good for you. Sometimes I still suffocate. Alright, let's go. True. Yes, Commander. Hello. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Alright, let's have a look. See what mission we can do. Get down into a bunker, do a little bit of shooty. See if we can get ourselves a box of loot. I'm absolutely loving right now when you loot bodies directly into the box after it's stripped off all their clothes. And the body sort of turns inside out and gets all twisted into a little... sort of a little husk. It's so good. Alright, simple little protect site mission. Alright, help protect the site. Let's go. Is that a course for the objective?
The star map is being updated, sir.
What? Just happened then? Is that a course for the objective?
Acknowledged.
That's the way, Mr. Pirate. The Geo on the back of your ship, do some mining on the way to looting outposts. That's what we're doing tonight. That is what we are doing tonight. I have found that dumping all the bodies into one big pile does, for me at least, create some confusion in terms of accessing the different tabs across the top of the inventory. Of course, it's a nighttime approach. It's always nighttime. It's always night. You know what would be real nice is to see more information about a mission and sort of like an ETA. If you left now to travel to the location, it would be 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, i.e. it's going to be light or dark or whatever. And then you can make a decision. If you're anything like me where all of your missions are always at night, well, not all the missions, let's say 86.7% of my missions are always at night. I'd like that feature. I'd like to be able to say, okay, well, I'm not going to do that mission right now if I'm going to be landing at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to do this other mission because I'm going to be landing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And then by the time I finish that mission, I'll come back and do the other one because by the time I land there, it's going to be 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Turn the lights on. Alrighty. Oh, 7 Bloke, how are you, mate? I hope you are well. Thank you for joining us on the old Twitcheroo. Just chuck one of these boxes out the door. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Loving these new inventory changes. All right. You hooked on this game, Trucker? Even with its quirks, you're used to Bethesda, so it's a workaround sim for you. Yeah, that's true. I get, you know, the game is, it's not. Once you get used to the workarounds and you realize, okay, well, this is the way it's supposed to work, but it doesn't quite work that way. But if I do this, it works. Once you sort of get used to that, it becomes a little bit more manageable. You just learn that you can blow up the AA turrets when you do a bunker mission so they can't blow up your ship. I have never had a great deal of success blowing up the turrets, Pyro. Never had a great deal of success with that. Mr. Duckercorn. Mr. Duckercorn. For you, my friend. You've been calling it a space puzzle game.
Maybe I'm going crazy.
What do you reckon? Nine Tails? He's got a bit of purple on him. Yeah, that's Nine Tails for sure.
Taking shots! I'm hit!
Damn it! We're hit!
Someone just got blasted!
Okay. Entering private property. Okay, yeah, there's my countdown. Okay, let's go. Okay, get our box. What was I saying? Nothing in the game tells you shit. It's true. It's fucking. It's a mystery game. Oh, what the fuck is that? Security? The fuck did you guys turn up? Fucking idiots. Let me do all the work. And then you're like, oh, it's fucking, now it's okay. Crouch has done everything.
Start searching.
Start searching? You're not searching shit. This is all mine. All mine. You lazy fuckers. Okay. Hopefully these balloon boxes get fixed in the next update. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Oh, damn it. Did I bring the gem box with us? It's not my ship. Hang on, what? Thought I grabbed the first box. Okay, this. That's the one that's got all the gems in it. Let's just take any one of these. Fuck, has this box got inside it? Geopods. Yes. Watch the body turn inside out. It's going. It's heaving. There it goes. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Turning inside out. It's like a weird Cthulhu puzzle. That's about it. Oh, good lord! Be nice once the physics in the game work properly and things have proper mass and things make sense, you know? Yes, look at the body turning inside out. Go for it, little body man. You can do it. Become one with your inner weirdness. Oh, look at that face popping out. It's like a magical mystery tour. Yes. Go, son. What a hero. This body is on an adventure. Motherfig, how are you, my friend? 2 streams in the same day. I know, it's unbelievable. Oh boy. The door is bigger, but somehow I still managed to squish the crate into it. That is the level of skill that I possess. Unmatched, unrivaled, unparalleled. Am I squatting? I am. Do you know why? I could get a better look at that body as it turned itself inside out. The glory of Star Citizen. I love how things change between patches. Not everything works. Sometimes not very many things work. Sometimes when things don't work, it can be glorious. And I'm thoroughly enjoying watching these bodies turn themselves inside out as the store roll box consumes their equipment. All take it. Next body. Move all. Yes. Get ready. Look at that body. Twisting and contorting. It's becoming one with the universe again. Indeed. What a wonderful sight to behold. There's the store roll there. Found a body! Beginning the search of the area. See, now this is one thing that I've noticed, right? Okay, so here's the store roll.
Search the area. It's gotta be here somewhere.
That sometimes this wigs out when you've got too many bodies. I want to turn those tooltips off. I know there's a way. That really hasn't helped. Okay, I think that's everybody. Yes, look at this one. It's about ready to go. Yes, look at it. It's glorious.
Waste of time.
Waste of time. You know what I might do, actually, is I might have a quick blast around and check all the loot boxes. I don't know, can you get blueprints in loot boxes? Where was all this security when the gunfight was going on? It's level 100 yoga, yeah, for sure. For some reason, throwing bodies off rooftops is amusing. The BPs are mission rewards only, but none of the missions tell you that they're going to reward you with blueprints. It's like the level of elitism in this game is like next level. Like if you don't know, you just don't know. And there's nothing in the game that's going to let you know. You've got to know. focus module, hey? Some coffee. I'll grab that focus module. Maybe one day they'll get good at being able to, you know, have the game guide you a little bit. You know, it doesn't, like, you know, we're talking about hand holding day before yesterday, whatever. I don't need any hands to be held. But you know, some level of information. Just information would be good. You know, like if I go to the supermarket, I kind of expect that when I want to buy some Cocoa Pops, I can go to the shops and look on the shelves and see a box that says Cocoa Pops. You know, it's not a direct comparison, but it's kind of similar. You know, I don't expect to go to the shops and see a whole bunch of white boxes and go, oh, I wonder what's going to be in those boxes. See, and this is the fucking problem I'm talking about, meta. If you read Star Citizen Crafters, you can see what possible blueprints various missions offer. It's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish. Why do we have to rely on third-party resources to learn things about the game? Why is it not part of the game? That's what really riles me up. It's like a half-assed attempt to make something. It really gets my goat going, you know? Fucking hate it. It's just a shitty way of doing things. See, I've gone from super chill to fucking ready to go to the UK and burn their building down in less than a minute. Let's go! Alright. It's just a rubbish way of doing things. The box is full! The box is full! There's no point in some things they should do, as it will change. And then you change it. It becomes part of your methodology. You know, for someone who developed software for 24 years, it becomes part of your methodology. You don't go, I'm going to wait until I've finished my premium version of this software and then tell everybody how to use it. That's not how you develop things. If we developed our software like that, I tell you what, we wouldn't have fucking taken over the Australian market in the industry that we worked in. People would have said, yeah, this software looks good, but there's fucking nothing that tells me how anything works. I'll go use this instead. It really gets me upset. I want to play the game, not go fucking browsing 15 different websites to learn how the game works. Fuck you, CIG, you stupid dumb cunts. Alright. Rant over. Let us take our loot. Man, we could have brought 2 boxes down here. I do like this new inventory. And what I like even better is the fact that these doors are just like a foot wider. So being able to get the boxes through is way easier. There could be a game right now, Rhino, if they included just a little bit of game in their development. And it could be marvelous.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal
Let's go.
statute.
All right. Let's get out of here. Nice one. Box full of loot. I really should just... You know, the P4 should be my backup weapon. I spend most of my time taking down with the P8 because it's one shot if they're in no armor, 2 shots if they're generally in armor, unless you can get a nice direct headshot on them. And then I use my P4 as like my close in, as my CQB weapon. I should strap up with some more P8 mode. Well, let's boot back to what's going on? Let's boot back to Lawville. We'll go empty out our loot. See, and that's even worse, Rhino. McCracken has a localization pack that adds the BPs to the missions. Why doesn't CIG do that? CIG just do that. This is what I was saying about this half-assed approach. All right, let's set a course for Lawville. Atreyu, oh man, it's going to be such a bummer to have to update all of these things for Atreyu. Got to find a way. So right now, he puts the name in, presses enter, and then previously it didn't used to give you this list, and so then he presses R to set the route, but that doesn't work now. Yeah, there's no way around it. We need that extra movement. Don't mind me while I mutter to myself about my voice attack commands. Guess I could just update them as I go. In an infinite universe, all doors must be just big enough to get through. You've been waiting for a reason to find me, motherfig. Oh, dear Lord. Back in just 1 minute. I think like an unnecessary level of vulgarity is like a good sign, right? I think it's a healthy sign that the game is in a good place. Like if you can't abuse the developers with a reasonable level of language, then how committed really are you to the game that you're part of and watching develop? Like, I would argue that if you weren't furious enough to want to burn their building down, are you even really interested in the game? I don't know, it's just an observation. Use ChatGPT to make a voice attack profile that adds all the locations. Oh, that's such a great idea. After a few hours of teaching it how the file should look. Oh, look at that. Gary can do anything, can't he? Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
That's some legendary work right there, Rhino.
We have a pad that's open.
Oh, good. How about a hangar? A hangar would be even better.
Landing complete.
Alrighty. In the UK, they put you in prison for saying stuff like that. In the UK, they put you in prison for anything, man. It's the UK, man. At His Majesty's pleasure. At His Majesty's pleasure. Bow down, you ignorant peasant scum. I live in the colonies, man. We do whatever the fuck we want. We're all convicts here, mate. See, now this is the thing. I don't know if that's the right box. I know it's not because it's not the box. I put that other box here. This is the box of gems. Where are the other boxes? There's the other box. How do I know then what box I'm looking at? Like, which box am I moving? All hail the Supreme Leader. Let's get it. This box should be empty, right? So there's no other boxes about. This one is empty. Let's just put this one over here. For some reason, I think this is the box that I lost earlier on has now suddenly reappeared. Stick that over there. Let's go physics. You can do it. So one of these boxes has armor and the other one has gems. But it's kind of impossible to know which is which. If I open this up, what does it show me? Gems. If I open this one up, what does it show me? Gems. Armor. Get that. When I opened it just before, it showed me gems. Okay, this one is gems. This one is armor. Let's find out. Oh, God. So obviously, either I don't know how this is working yet, or there's still some issues. The box you are looking into should be highlighted blue. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, because that's what I think too, Rhino, but obviously that's not the case. Let's bring these two boxes close together, right? Like they were sitting on the grid. Okay, yep, let's get some balloon box action going on. Okay, so let's have a look in this box. It's highlighted, right? Gems. We kind of know which box is which now. Highlighted box. Gems. Okay, let's go back to this one. Highlighted box. Armor. Let's go to this one. Highlighted box. Gems. Let's try this one again. Gems. Stand back so I can see both boxes. Well, now I can't open this box. All right, let's try changing the tabs. All right, so highlighted box. It's got gems in it. Okay, the box didn't change. Oh, now they're both highlighted. Like, I'm sure there's people who are testing stuff. But, like, how much are they really testing stuff? And, I mean, this went through a whole PTU cycle. Okay, so we can see other boxes are highlighting here now. All right, so now we just press I, right? That highlights that box. That highlights that box. Okay, so don't use F. Even though there's a great big honking button that says F. Yeah, these are the mysteries of Star Citizen, isn't it? This is half-assed development at its finest. Amazing. All right. So that one on the left is our armor. Yeah, if you don't know these workarounds, the game is just a pile of nonsense. All right, let's put this in there. Like, you would have thought that that everything that you can interact with has that F icon, right? It's been a fairly stable part of the game for quite some time now. That you think that, okay, well, if now all you need to do is press I, you'd either get rid of the F interaction button and we just go back to using the I button like we used to for forever before this F interaction button came around, or you'd make sure they both work the same way. But that makes way too much sense. That makes way too much sense. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the evening. It is that time when passions are running high, when the blood is warm, nay, when the blood is pumping hot, when the frustrations are high and the hilarity is in the extremes, that we must take the opportunity to unwind, to just sit back and prepare ourselves a tonic. Prepare ourselves a beverage. Some would consider it a delicacy. Others would simply consider it a daily consumption. Whichever camp you belong in, whichever part of the world you choose to reside in, I'm sure we can all agree there is not much that is more finer than a delicious hot chocolate. But wait, I hear one fine Australian man saying, "This can be, for the love of all that is good, be taken to another level. And it begins by suspending your disbelief and allowing yourself to understand that not everything in the world is as it seems. Because, my good friends, if you have a look here at this fine Australian biscuit, the Tim Tam, yes, it is a copy of the Penguin from 1957, I do believe. It is Australia's greatest biscuit, but it's not just a biscuit. It's 2 chocolate biscuits. It's wrapped up in some more delicious Australian chocolate. It is a magnificent treat. It is a crunchy biscuit. But beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, would you believe it, as I said, if you suspend your disbelief, this biscuit can also become a straw. We are going to transform this humble Tim Tam into a straw that allows us to drink this delicious hot chocolate. We'll bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. Just a little bit. You only want to bite a little bit off. Not a lot, just a little bit. If you bite too much, you've bitten too much. With our biscuit straw properly prepared, we can then partake, in my case, a hot chocolate. But in your case, it could be whatever you want. It could be a cup of tea. It could be coffee. It could be some mulled wine. Some hot mead. If it is a beverage that can be at a temperature above room, then as you slurp that beverage through this biscuit, it's going to melt the chocolate inside here. It's going to melt the biscuit that's inside here. It's going to turn it into a delicious, gooey... We just have to do it. And then with your Tim Tam slammed, put it in your cake hole. This bit, your mouth, this is your cake hole. One is never enough. One is never enough. Be aware that not all Tim Tams are created equal. For sometimes, much as in life, you will find a retard in that packet. It might have a hole somewhere in that biscuit that will stop it from acting like a straw, from being one of us, and it must be discarded into your cake hole before you find another Tim Tam that can do its job appropriately. It is too good. It is too good. My lord. There is nothing finer. There is nothing grander. Oh. Let us return. This trek is amazing. Let's jump back in. I think the authorities have tuned into the stream. My chat is not working. How dare Crouch you participate in the act of free speech? It is not allowed. It is not allowed. Here we go. You are not allowed to upset people because somehow I have the ability to control someone else's brain that makes the decisions on how they feel. I don't know how that works, but somehow I'm responsible for that. I don't understand it. I always thought that I was in control of how I feel. But apparently that's not how it works. It is other people who are responsible for that. I'm not sure how. Nothing in this box. What's going on? Where is our box? This is the box that's got the gems in it. This is the box that's got the gems in it. I'm sure of it. Fuck this stupid game. Oh my god. Alright, let's put that there. Good lord. Ah! Death by box. Alright, is this the right box? Who knows? This could be an empty box. That's amazing. Success. So Rhino was saying before, weapons use gems. So here's a BR2 shotgun. No gems in the shotguns. The Hadanite, chlorite, and iron. Alright, let's just dismantle all of this stuff. Ice cream with crumbled chocolate chip cookies. So good. So good. All right, I think it's going to be quite some time before I stumble upon any blueprints because I refuse to go to these other websites to learn how the game works. I'm just not going to do it. But in the meantime, I will break all this stuff down, gather up the resources, and whilst we progress through the patches, maybe some of these things that would be considered elementary are included as the game continues to progress. Oh! You have to get a BP, mother fig. I already have some blueprints, hey, Rhino. What is this? Oh, that's the guard armor. Like I said earlier today when we were doing some of this, it's nice now that you can actually take the guard armor and, use it, break it down. Oh, I think I did something wrong. So let's get this going. Don't click too quickly, Crouch. You've got to give the game time to figure things out. Gates dismantling. So these are the blueprints that I started with. So we've got a new set of arms now. Antium arms maroon. So there was nothing that I saw, maybe I missed it, that told me that I got this blueprint. There was nothing that told me I was going to get it, and nothing that told me that I got it. Again, it's more in the know sort of stuff. Ridiculousness. So good. So, I continue to learn about all. I was under the impression that when you are awarded a blueprint, you can choose to learn that blueprint or not. Maybe that hasn't been included in this iteration. It did tell you got it, did it? I didn't see that message. Did it pop up on the screen, did it? You have been awarded a blueprint. You have discovered some valuable bits of intel. Maybe I was rabbiting on and missed it. Glorifying in the sound of my own voice. As harmonious and sweet as it is, sometimes it doth lead me to distraction. Excuse me. What a bunch of nonsense. Why are you guys even listening to this shit? Well, a whole bunch of people did leave earlier on, so at least, you know, there's that. I don't think you can ever say enough good things about a good... I think it's necessary from time to time. Like if you get it like a burger from McDonald's and you say I don't want any pickles on it, but you get it and it's got pickles, I think it's your duty, it is your responsibility, it is your right. I think it should even be engraved in law somewhere that you should dispute that loudly and with gusto. I doth ask my good person for a burger to be delivered to me without the pickles. And lo and behold, upon the consumption of this delicious piece of meat, have experienced the taste of the pickle. Now, don't get me wrong, I love pickles. I would have the pickles quite gladly, but some people don't want to have the pickles, and I can understand that. You know, that we don't all want to have cheese sometimes. And so if you get a burger that's got the pickles in it, you need to know that it is okay for you to voice your disappointment in a level of enthusiasm that you deem appropriate for yourself. Not other people. That's their responsibility to determine how their brain and their body chooses to deal with that situation. But for you, you should know it's okay to, at that point in time, express dissatisfaction. Cool. I'm just saying. This bit I don't mind, sitting here and just slowly, there might be a faster way that I just don't know yet, and you know, that it might become evident to me the more I do this and the more people tell me, Crouch, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're doing. This is how it's done. But so far, I'm just basing my activities here on what I can gather and what I've been told in the chat. That not to queue up more than 8 things at a time, because according to the grapevine, and you know, I'd take the grapevine with a certain level of skepticism, because the grapevine, you know, grapes, right? As the vine grows bigger and longer, the grapes actually get weaker and weaker, which is why, you know, when you look at a grapevine after season and it's been trimmed back, it's quite bare. It's pretty much just its trunk, which can be quite thick, and just a handful of new runners. So that as they branch out, the grapes that grow from those new runners are big and healthy and strong. There's not a whole bunch of excess wood on that vine. weighing down the grape. So the grapevine cannot always be depended upon, but according to the grapevine, if we overload the fabricator with too many jobs, it can become bricked. So right now, I'm just doing them 8 at a time.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Not shutting the fuck up. You know what you're doing. I do what I want, man. See, I'm quite happy to do this. This is bringing me joy. This is bringing me a level of contentedness is not a word, but we shall use it in the absence of a more appropriate vernacular. It is making me feel some level of accomplishment as I see these things slowly breaking down, but allow me to partake in a small period of silence while I read through the chat to figure out how the fuck it is supposed to be done. There is no information in the chat that is of any significant use. Alrighty, so these are the last bits and pieces. Everything else that is in the box we shall keep aside. I've already done that, Rhino. Way ahead of you, buddy. I have already clicked on every button that is here on the fabricator. We have gone through all these buttons, all of these things. I have clicked on everything, my friend. Get back in your truck. All right, that's the box empty. Everything else in here we can sell. Shall keep this box over here. This is our box room. Oh, we want these. Can I put these in my backpack? Might be able to do. What we might be able to do is to let. Drag these into local. They're our geopods. Maybe shall these two back you. Put these backpack the med pens. We can strap on another grenade. The other grenade and everything else we can sell. Alrighty. I'm not doing some stupid quiz with you, Rhino. That's that. Right, so there are no physical blueprints that turn up in my inventory. That's what I'm led to understand. The blueprint gets awarded and is shown in the machine here. I thought from... Oh, we need a drink soon. From when I was watching the sitcom stuff a while back, I thought you get awarded the blueprint and then get... Or, you know, choose whether you want to learn it or not. So I automatically learned the blueprint. If they were physical, they could be swapped, traded. So that's what it's supposed to be. So maybe it's going to be like that at some stage and is just not like that now. Again, bit by bit, the process of Kaizen. Small but continuous improvement. Because I did mention that they can be traded. Should log on and make some stuff, Meta. Your high quality orders are long since refined. Delicious. All right, so that's actually one thing that we should do. Okay, so the blueprints go automatically to the machine. And any blueprints that I learn are automatically learnt. Or earned. Automatically learnt. Blueprints will be lootable on data pads that get used once. They will be or they are? So all of these gems here, we want to keep some of these. Let's, I do like how you can move things between boxes. That's quite nice. All the ranting and carrying on. There are some quite nice features here. You're too close for my liking. Go over there with the other mountain of boxes. Shall retrieve you when I'm in need of your services, good box. Meta, you'll be pleased when ship weapons and components will be craftable. That would be amazing. Make salvage great again. It will be, okay. Alright, so what I want to do here... So I can't rely on either using the F prompt to open up a box to tell me what's in it, or the I key. Because this didn't work properly either. That's the empty one. That's the one with all the gems in it. This is the empty one. So what we want to do is we want to have a look through here. I want to pick out the high quality gems. Let's grab this 693. It's 827. 782. Maybe this 617. Maybe this 600. Okay. So this box, let's put this box here. Float about for a bit. Go. They're the gems I want to keep. These are the gems that I can use for trading. We'll just leave those there for the moment. Right. Right. So we have in our inventory we have some Dolovine. We have one piece of Dolovine that was deconstructed. And then these other 263. So I think somebody was saying earlier on this afternoon that if I put these 263 on the freight elevator and bring them up and then bring them down. It assigns a level of quality to them. So let's do that. So we can get this stuff sorted out. Yes, this new inventory from a looting perspective is very much... Should I put them in a box? Let's try it without the box. Let's see how much of a mess 463 gems makes. Maybe I should do it in batches. $263 gems. All right, send them up. Why does this song play so often? How many songs do we have here? There's hundreds. And that song comes on constantly. 146 songs, 7.5 hours of music. I swear it does it on purpose. Uh-oh. Alright, where are all the gems? They're going to be in one little pile, aren't they? Look at this. This is amazing. How many gems would it take to fill up this whole bed? I hope everyone has had a wonderful week. I hope you're all... Hey, alright, so here it's... Okay, so it's randomly assigned quality to each of the gems. 889. Okay, so it wouldn't have mattered if I did it in batches. $861. So let's send them all back down. This is going to be a nightmare. From a storage perspective, there's just going to be pages and pages of individual gems. I hold not a great deal of hope for the stack all button in the future. Alright, let's find some Hadanite. 417 pieces of Hadanite. What's the time? 10 to 12. Alright, what have we got here? 803. 770. Let's send all of these back down. This is crazy, right? Because, like, when you mine a patch of nodes, at least that each node is going to give you, in this case, Hadanite 5 gems of the same quality. But in this case, we brought up 400 odd gems. Every one of these could have a different value, true? Like every single gem here could be a unique value. So stacking these is not going to be possible. Oh, amazing. See if the elevator works, trying to send down a little bit of time, some patience. Ouch, patience. Oi, oi, oi. The stacking test failed. Look, with this, like how they've implemented this quality in terms of the icon and stuff, and the value of the quality, and I can see the stack all button not working for a significant amount of time. Right, what have we done? Dolivine, Hadanite. Let's have a look for some Aphorite. 32. Hang on, no, wait a minute. Okay, so here's the Aphorite that we've got from deconstructing other stuff. Oi! I saw a video, if you put each gem one by one on the freight elevator, and when you pick it up, it gives you the quality. 715. $808, 757. A handful of gems. Handful of decent gems. 693. All right, let's send those back down. I don't think I have any other gems. I think it was just the 3 hand minables. We do have some glaucosite here, 437 pieces of glaucosite. You've not been rock mining this patch yet, Motherfig? Well, from a process perspective, it's exactly the same. Sadly. Excuse me. Here we go. What do we have here? It's like a lucky dip. $671, 668, 723, 748, 700. Anyway, let's send those down. Alright, so we did Baradum, glaucosite. Check if there's anything. Excuse me. And then with some of these, so we've got all 3 of the gems. I think we've probably got enough to go hand in some hand mining contracts. Hopefully. Give this a little bit of time. There we go. Have to have something to drink in a minute. Fane malign. pH. I want to say it's PHY. But we'll do PHE. Is it FEN? What's that? Silverton jacket. AA defense. I like that. I think it's FEN. Might not have any. Oh, beverage. Oh, holy cow. You can do the hand minables in the DS easily. Yeah, Commander Alice was saying they had some success with mining in the DS, pulsing the laser on and off. A wonderful DS is really is fun to use. Unnecessarily hated upon. Righto. This is going to be a nightmare. In terms of handing in gems. What am I looking at? Contracts. I don't get it. Same number of gems. One batch is going to Stanhope, the other batch is going to Pinewood. And there's a 9k difference. No, there's an 11k difference. So 80, 125 Hadanites. Go local. We got 20 pages of Dolavine. I think you need to do one of the... No, dogs. For these ones, you need to do all 3. For the introductory mission, you get to pick one. But for these ones, you need to deposit all 3. At least that's what I had to do last time I did one of these a couple of weeks ago. So, I don't know, maybe it's changed in this patch, I don't know. Alright, we're 20 pages. Let's move them all in there. That didn't work. Move all. No worky. Too many things to try and move, hey? I think we broke the store all. It's gone from 61% down to 23%. "57 pages. This is a different... And Acorn is right. It's like a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game. Once you figure out the puzzle, it's somewhat manageable. Our tooltips back on. Aphrite, Hadanite, to local. Got our Dolavine in here. I don't think it likes trying to move so many. Well, it does. But there were 57 pages before. This is a different image. Okay, we're back to 57 pages. I mean, honestly, how much testing was done here? How much feedback was given during the PTU on this? Oh, I think we're just going to do this one by one. My thought here is that if I just put all the gems in a box, take that box with me around to all the different locations. So I think Pinewood was one of them. Stanhope, I think, was the other one. Dump off all the gems, hand in the quest, put all the gems back in the box, and then go to the next site. Okay, can we try and move all now? Happened. But what do? Do we move everything out of this and start again? I think so. Doesn't work. Okay, so personal, local. Move everything back to local. Oh, and now all the Dolovine reappears. It's my helmet. So here's our local, here's our container. So I searched for Dolovine, right? Yeah. Everything's just sort of reset itself. The box was empty just a moment ago, and now all the gems have gone back into it. We've sort of just like... really don't know. Now we've gone from 57 pages to 4. It really is like just one big game of just suck it and see, hey. Acorn, did you see on the news that Chris Roberts apparently had spoken to 9 News about the development of their game after 14 years and $1.4 billion? And there was like a 3.5-minute video clip on 9 News. Yeah. I think it's on smh.com.au. There's a link there to the Channel 9 News, clip. It's 3 minutes and 23 seconds or something. What a fucking bunch of ridiculous shit. Alright, so we can't even move all because we've got these paints in here which have the name Hadanite in it. Was it tonight? Someone chasing him down the streets. What do you have to say for yourself? Yep. Alright, we're just going to try and move. Let's just move all the Hadanite. We can try and move these things back afterwards. Move all. Hang on, wait a minute. Okay, so we're at 36% here. If I try and move all, is it telling me now that it's going to exceed the capacity of that 2 SCU storage box by 6,961%? Is that what it's telling me? I'm not sure how, because all the gems that we just brought up in the freight elevator and sent back down I put into my inventory from a single 2SCU box. So maybe in these 51 pages, there's a whole bunch of stuff which has the word Hada in it. Let's go to Hadanite. Let's make it a bit more specific. So we're still at 51 pages. Do not understand. So the Aphorite moved easily. I don't know why I need a bigger box though, Rhino. I guess we did already have a few bits and pieces in this box. But all of those gems that we brought up in the freight elevator and sent back down came out of one 2SCU box. So in theory, they should all go back into a 2SCU box. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It's a mystery. But somehow all of the gems, minus these 4 paint pots, now consume almost 7,000% of a 2SCU box. When beforehand, they all fit inside a 2SCU box. The Hadanite, the Aphorite, the Dolovine. Because I mined all of that in one session weeks ago. Weird. Alright, we could, as Rhino suggests, let's go get a 8SCU box. See what happens. The mysteries of Star Citizen. Gems that you brought home to a CU box now no longer fit inside a 2SCU box because of magic. Let's get this special one. Can I move it with my little handheld tractor gun? freight elevator is easier, do you, Rhino? Alrighty. Into the ship. Alright, we'll try this and then we might try the freight elevator and see how we go. It's not good. So we'll go from local. It's 8 SCU bucks. Search for Hadanite. Seemed to work. Let's put that on there. Send it down. Back. Let's get the box and put it here. Let's open up. Let's do a search for Hadanite. Something is happening. Broken the elevator. Oh no! We broke the game. There certainly are parts of the game that are enjoyable. But as soon as you try and, at least in my experience from the very beginning of me playing this game, try to string a whole bunch of things together and actually have a sequence of things in one coherent journey, it just doesn't like it. It just doesn't like it. All right, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. The time up is 12. Don't know what time people are coming tomorrow. Ghost of QV Planet Services. Direct. Shows and ideals. Scouted the system for any remaining resources. Shubin Interstellar has begun to sell mining rights to the abandoned breaker stations near the key. But many miners are wondering what gives Shubin the right to sell these claims in the first place. All right, let's see what's going on here. Has it moved at all? The Hadanite's still here. Doesn't look like there's any Hadanite left in there. Let's bring this up. What's going on, Mr. Western Trucker? PvP in Oz is heating up. It's select all and move all don't really work properly. Nothing works properly, Rhino. There's very few things in this game that actually work properly. Alright, let's have a look under vehicles. Should be some paints in here. Lovely. Okay, so if we take the box, back to the inventory. Because I think it'd be easier just to get the 4 paint cans out of here in the inventory. Actually, no. Let's do some investigation. It's a lot of people getting salty in Pyro. Yes, son. Get angry. And let the lead fly. let's send this down. Let's open the box. Let's go to vehicles. Okay, when you open the box, the filters don't work. Why am I not surprised? Open the box. It's clear. Let's move the box to the left here. Let's open the box. But now I get no filters. So now I need to scroll through thousands of individual gems to try and find those paints. How does that make any sense? Doesn't. That doesn't work. Okay, let's put this back here. Let's open this up. Click on vehicles to filter. Let's get rid of this ASCU. So the filters don't work for the box that you have open. Okay. That's fine. Does the search work for the box that you have open? No. So there is no way to get the paints out of this box in the freight elevator that I can see. Or no way that works. Like if this filter shenanigans over here worked logically, how you would logically expect it to work. I know that's asking a lot from Star Citizen. Logics. Come on, people. It would work. But logic in Star Citizen, you know, that part of the equation is missing. Let's see what happens when we take it over here to the storage access. All right. Wait for it to open up local. Opening up local. Okay, so let's press I this time instead. It's opening up the box. The CIG and logic don't go together. No, they don't, my friend. They do not. Okay, so even at the storage access terminal, I can't open my local inventory with this giant 8 SCU box there. What happens if I move the box out of the way? Oh, good lord. No containers selected, even though I used the storage access terminal to access my local inventory. I can see that CIG's quality control, combined with the thousands of people in the PTU, have done a fantastic job at really stress testing this system. Motherfig, you have missed absolutely nothing. Would play again when 4.8 comes out. That's it. That's been my logic in each of the patches. I think it's probably better to play again in like maybe 3 years. So now I can't access my local inventory at all. Maybe we need a smaller container next to us instead of the big 8 SCU container for the local inventory to work. Let's get that small container. This one. Good lord. Alright, let's try this. We'll put that small container there. Try and access our local inventory now. Okay, so there's the 2 SCU store all. Let's flip backwards and forwards between a few different containers. Let's try the other terminal. Hey, let's try the other terminal. Maybe that terminal's broken. Okay, so there's our store all that's close to us. There's my personal stuff that I've got with my backpack and my torso and... But now I no longer have access to my personal inventory. Okay, hang on. Okay. Let's go back to the spaceport. How the fuck have we, the people, invested $1.4 billion in this rubbish? I personally guilty of $10,000 of those cash buck dollaritos. How the fuck did that happen? Maybe I should try and sell my Star Citizen account and buy another motorcycle. Does anyone want to buy a $10,000 Star Citizen account for $8,500? Bargain. So I can't even access my local inventory from up here. Maybe I need to log off and log back on? You'll buy my store credit at 50% Acorn? Potat, you hate how they said new inventory, knew it was still broke, pushed it, and left other sloppy inventory in there too. But like I said, you know, CIG do things in a half-assed manner. So either way, we still have a merge of two shitty inventories. Okay, so I can't access my inventory anymore. Let's go near one of these terminals and just press I. Rag, how are you, my friend? Okay, so that doesn't work either. Let's press F on the terminal. Let's go to looting view. Let's go back to open inventory. So I have external and personal, but no local inventory. Have I cycled my PC? Mr. Potat, you know how to fix it? Like all fixes in this game. Alt F4 and play something else. Yes. Yes, my friend. I think maybe. I was really kind of hoping to be able to enjoy some Star Citizen. I know, like all masochists, right? That's what we all believe. You know, when it's like having a really cracking night, right? And then smashing all the bottles on the floor downstairs and then going to bed and then waking up and coming downstairs and cutting your foot and going, fuck, there's glass everywhere. And then you're like, oh yeah, that's right, I had a cracking night. And then like sweeping your feet off and then just going back upstairs. And then coming back downstairs and going, fuck, there's glass everywhere. And then sweeping your feet off and then go back upstairs. That's kind of what trying to play Star Citizen is like. Is that we hope that every new patch will mean there's no more glass on the floor. There's the store roll. What is this container around here? Not that I can rely on actually clicking on this button anymore to actually open this container. Okay, this has got the rest of the loot in it. That's right, that's the loot that we wanted to sell. I think what we might need to do that ship looks like it should store okay. Okay, let's try this. It's an upsetting roller coaster that's just flat with a slight decline in elevation. All right, so let's exit to the menu. One online suggestion was if you buy something that goes into your local inventory, that may fix it. I'll tell you what will definitely fix it. Pledging for another ship. Hey, fucking, let's go. Let's try and log back in. You can confirm, Potat, that it does work this patch. Got an Aurora Mark II and still just as bad. Nyx 1 land grab continues unabated. So Nyx 1 is like a surface planet, is it? Because when I was having a look at the different planets on the star map at least. Excuse me. They all seem to be gas planets. Okay, so the ship will be stored now. Okay. Fucking balls. All right, just bear with me for a couple of minutes. While we run to the other side of the hangar. Why does the hangar have 2 lobbies? Honestly, why? It's got 1 gas giant, 1 ice planet, and a terraformed coreless planet. If it only had 1, people would complain. Alright. Can I access my local inventory now? Now we can access local. Okay, so let's move this little box out of the way. That's got the gems. That's got the gems we want to keep, right? So let's tuck them over here. Perfect. Yep. Physics, perfect. And then settle. Yeah, perfect. Just how it should behave. Okay, so now I've lost access to local inventory again. I think it's got something to do with this 8 SCU box. Maybe this specific skull box. Oh, hang on, wait, local inventory. It's appeared. It's appeared. All right, let's get rid of these. It's worked. It's worked. It's taken us 6 days and 47 hours. 6 days and 47 hours later, it's working. All right. Do I have anything to drink here? Because we're at that point where we kind of... Okay, no access. Okay, we just wait. Maybe it's just a waiting game now. It's just it's an inventory waiting loading game at this point in time. Oh, wait a minute. Not quite. Here we go. We're in. Sustenance. Oh, we've got some fizzy drinks. Fizzy drink is exactly what I need right now. I shall carry this fizzy drink with pride. I shall drink it. Gusto. When the server catches up with me. We go. It seems to be, at this point at least, some lag issue. We still can't buy water here in Lawville, can we? Water's not available at Tammany and Sons. It's not available at the Kelto in the spaceport. We can't buy water here, can we? We need to go up to Everest Harbour to get water. And even then, I don't think there's a terminal in Everest Harbour that allows you to buy water in bulk. fact, I think the nearest place to buy water in bulk might be New Babbage. I don't think you can buy water in bulk either at Art Corp. Anyway, we'll just keep guzzling our way through this fizzy orange soft drink. All right, let's take our massive box of gems. Just before we go, let's just double check in our inventory here. Local inventory. Hadanite. Yeah, let's... Good Lord. Dolivine. No Dolivine. Hadanite. Just the Hadanite paints. Apherite. No Apherite. Right, I can't really be bothered at this point trying to find the good gems in this box. Let's just go. What am I doing with the gems? Okay, so Acorn, we're now going to take the gems to go and try and cash in a couple of missions. We've got a big honkin' box of gems there. Let's jump in. Good Lord. All right. Contracts. So all of that to be able to now try this. Hand mining. I don't understand why there's an 11k difference between these two contracts when they're exactly the same. 80 Apherite, 100 Dolivine, 25 Hadanite. The only difference is one's going to Stanhope and the other one's going to Pinewood. Maybe it has something to do with the distance between where I am at Lawville and either of these two locations. It doesn't make any sense to me, but let's choose the 58,000 credit one. Why would we not want that extra 11 grand?
You are cleared for liftoff.
All right. We're cleared for liftoff. Let's get some engines engaged. Let's organise some nav gear. Should be no worky. Power everything down. Engines. Yeah, the money at this point, Rhino, it's not a huge importance. I just don't understand why it's different. Exactly the same mission. And in terms of the distance, you know, given the scale of Star Citizen, I wouldn't imagine that the distance...
Shubin calling. Just saw you picked up another contract. Be sure to read the details and manage your time well. And it should go off without a hitch.
Ring, ring, ring. You hate this stupid KA Acorn. Yeah, same gem count for either mission. Just one's worth 11 grand more than the other. All right, so the test here, or the theory here, is Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
The theory here is that I can just go mining, collect a whole bunch of gems, put them all in a huge big box, and then when I've had enough of mining, I can then accept these contracts, travel to one of these locations, in this case this is Pinewood, deposit the box at this location, and then take out all the gems from the box, bring them up on the freight elevator, send it back down in the freight elevator, and then it will say, okay, you've given me enough gems to complete the mission, and then all the excess gems I can put back in the box, and then go. Of course it's nighttime. Of course it is. Why would I expect anything else? And then put all the gems back in the box, and then go to the next location. Why would I expect anything else except darkness? Maybe there's just certain songs in this playlist of 7.5 hours of music that I tune into more, because this is one of those songs that seems to play constantly as well. 146 tracks to choose from. Okay, the scanner's not working because I don't think it's got any power. Pretty sure this is one of those songs that I've crashed to multiple times. It's getting close to the end of the track too, and we're getting close to our landing. Actually, I might move the ship a little bit forward. All right. I'm kind of hoping that I do. I mean, I definitely have 80 Afrite, $100 wine, and 25 Hadanite in this box. I don't know if I've got enough in here for 2 missions. Why can I not get my tractor beam out? Why would I expect anything smooth to happen? Where the hell are we? We're still on Hurston, right? Okay. So we managed to sort out our inventory issue, but now I can't get access to a tractor beam. Incredible. Incredible. Alright, let's I think we just need to put a helmet on, man. This is ridiculous. Oh, this fucking game. Oh, incredible. It's incredible. Okay, I can't get... Okay, let's just try and equip this. Let's open up our inventory. Let's grab this and drag it. to my backpack. So we've got somewhere for this to go. I don't think that's supposed to work like that. I don't think that's supposed to work like that. Let's put that away. Let's try that again. Let's look. Oh! Oh, there's some. Okay, look, I didn't read the message. Oh, now I can't get the tractor beam. Yo, no, we can. We're in. We're in. This looks like business time. It looks like business time. All right, let's send this down. I want to get all the gems from this box onto the freight elevator. If I open this box, here are all the gems. Select. Maybe there's more pages here, but we just don't get the option to view the pages. Okay, let's put this back on the freight elevator. Let's open the box. I'm just going to assume that it selected everything and moved it, even though we clearly didn't see everything, and there wasn't any pagination or anything going on. This box, in theory, and I didn't actually check, should have all the gems in it that we've been fucking around with for the last 4.5 days. Let's push this. Where is all the Hadanite and the Dolovine gone? Okay, look here. Everything is in here. Okay. Right. Okay. It's a fucking mystery. All right, let's hand the Dolovine in. Move this over. Let's open this up. Select everything. Let's move it over. Let's close this. Let's open this up. Let's send it up. send it back down. Let's find our container. Put it over here. Open it up. Alright, so I think we need to do... I think we might need to do this page by page. Close it. Lift it up. Because I'm a masochist, right? That's why. As we were discussing before, there's that hope that the next patch, for some inexplicable and unexplainable, even though those two things are kind of very similar, you know, terminology, things are going to be different. You know, again, it's kind of like, oh God, is there somebody else here trying to be a cunt? Just, how about you fuck right off? No? Okay, good. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, good Lord. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why we're doing this tiptoeing around either now. Okay, so my my theory on how to hand in these quests using this bulk approach doesn't look like it's going to work very neatly. And the fact now that we have so many different stacks of quality gems makes it much harder. Before this patch, when I was doing these missions, I could quite easily just go to my stack of Hadanite and split it into 25. Go to my stack of Aphorite, split it into 80. Go to my stack of Dolomite, split it into 100. Put them all in a box, bring them here, and I'd be done in like less than a minute. But now that, certainly specifically, in this case where I've got just single pieces of gems, because every single one of them is a different quality, has made this an immense nightmare. Yeah, like Rhino said, he's using 2 boxes. You get the mission, put the required amount in the box, and then send it down. Easy. But now that's become a massive nightmare, because what is this? This is Aphorite. So now I've got 80 individual pieces of Aphorite that I now need to drag one by one into the other box, or shift click into the other box. Okay, I was about to Alt F4 just then, but... And I don't think, when I've finished here, I don't think there'll be any more Star Citizen for a little while. Because this is nonsense. But let's persist just for a little longer. Okay, we can only sadly do this one group at a time, because once we drag this over, we get these little icons here. What does this move to warehouse button do? Nothing. And then if we go back up to the box and open this, I think if I didn't split all of these gems, if we just had the individual stacks like I had before, even though they were kind of small, 5, 8 or whatever, that's still somewhat manageable. But when they're in individual stacks like this, it's problematic. Like if they were in stacks, then it becomes a lot easier. Right, this is not the way to do it. It's like Rhino, once you've got it figured out and you've got your routine, then it becomes you know, routine. This is not the routine. So then if I'm going out and mining and I've got stacks of stuff, it's way easier. Like I said, when I just had stacks of stuff, it was much easier. This doesn't help either. The fact that when you open this box, it doesn't actually show you everything that's in the box, and nor does it give you the option to have different pages. I can still select everything that is shown to me. I can move it all to the warehouse. But then it doesn't refresh with the next page, so to speak. I've got to close the box, bring it back up, send it on the way back down. But we'll notice when we send this box back down, the right-hand side, where we get filters and stuff, we shall see here. Let's get the container back over where it needs to be. We do actually, as we scroll down, you can see it's getting smaller and smaller. We can actually scroll through the entire contents of the inventory here. That we can't do with this. Okay, so let's move all of this to the elevator. Actually, no, select all shown. Drag it over. This might crash things out. No, okay. Bring the elevator up. Mining in this game feels like about 75% inventory management. Yeah, it's just, you know, certainly in how things are working right now, the implementation of the is not good. It's not good. Like, you shouldn't have to know the workarounds. There shouldn't be workarounds. Things should work logically. But that's, as we said in the chat earlier on, you know, logic and Star Citizen don't go together. Alright, so no, don't do that. Crash. Yep. Not quite. Let's go. Alright, so if we now try and... Okay, for some reason we... Okay, I don't know. Okay, so we've got enough Aphrite, enough Dolomite, enough Hadanite. Let's send all of this down. patient. I understand that. I understand that COG are trying to break boundaries, right? With how they're trying to develop this game.
That's all I got.
And I think that's a wonderful thing.
I've sent your pay. Enjoy
But
it.
I don't know. This is the problem. I don't know if I can handle suffering through it anymore. Alright, let's select everything. Put it all back in the box. Let's close the box. Feels like the game is complicated for the sake of it. No, it's complicated because they have no proper plan on how they want things to work. They're just constantly changing bits and pieces as they go because there's no, you know, because everything is taking so long. By the time they get to this point, technology has changed. Their aspirations have changed. Chris Roberts' idea of how he wants it to work has changed. And so then they have to they're constantly fluctuating. Like Akon says, there's no vision. By the time they get to the point of releasing something, everything that they wanted to do has changed. And so they need to change it again. It's like a never-ending game of catch-up. But we still have a whole bunch of gems there. So it's not complicated for the sake of it being complicated. It's complicated because of how they've gone about developing the game. And Chris Roberts' desire to, you know, break boundaries and develop this game in a way that's never been done before. And because of that, the game doesn't work. Perhaps maybe in 10 years, 15 years, it might. But they could have made an absolutely phenomenal game if they just stuck to the principles of MMOs that have worked for decades, but made the game with the tech of now, and the game would have been fantastic. Thousands and thousands and thousands of players, and all of the things that you have in every MMO. They could have had all of that, but they wanted to break all these boundaries and have all of this fidelity and depth. And because of that, and because nobody else has done it, for specifically this reason, we're here. I do hope that, you know, the game, you know, that perhaps exists in 15 or 20 years is going to be amazing. Maybe it won't. It's also complicated because players keep crying. No, I don't agree with you at all, Rhino. Mining was changed and was really good and more simple. Miners cried it was too easy, so they changed it to be complicated again. Mining's not complicated. Nothing in this game has ever been complicated. All right, let's send this up. There's a difference between things being complicated and things being interesting and nuanced. It could have been such a wonderful game. Okay, so it looks like we are going to keep playing. This game will put things in the box. Why? And again, you know, Rhino is right in some parts. It's because of the players, right? They're trying to develop a game where people have access to the game. People are constantly going to be trying to break things. They're constantly going to be playing with things, constantly wanting things to change, constantly... Like, I bitch and moan and complain like everybody does about how they want a certain feature or function to work. And so because of that... Let's scroll all the way down. Let's just keep scrolling all the way down so everything loads. And so because of that, you know, they have their ideas... Then they have the players in the community all in this cauldron, all bubbling and boiling away. Whereas if they just produced and published the game like every other game is produced, then spent the 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years developing the game, and then released it, it could have been amazing. But because they didn't have the money to do that, and they didn't want to rely on investors because Chris Roberts wants to have unfettered freedom to do whatever he wants, and that's fine, fair enough, whatever. It's created this quagmire of disappointment and frustration, whilst simultaneously sprinkled with a whole bunch of hope and passion and desire. Yeah, it's a really interesting cake. It's really, I'd love to see if there was, and I'm sure there is, you know, any psychological studies on, you know, the Star Citizen player base. You know, if someone's written a thesis on why so many people have contributed so much money to this project. And I want to say, and I have no statistics to back this up, a vast majority of us put up with this suffering. The cake is alive! It is. This all worked beautifully before this whole quality issue. All right, I think that's everything. I can't see anything else in the warehouse here. I think we've now got our box back. And we've completed the mission. Now, as it stands, I don't think this is a good way to do the next mission.
I'm receiving an alert from the Stream Snack support fund, sir.
You know exactly who has contributed $5 to the Stream Snack support fund. Thanks for the
Fucking hell.
Temtams, Crouch. It will always be. Soon TM. This game will always be the game you love and frustrates you the most.
It's a fucking pain in the ass, Dutchman. It's a massive pain in the ass. Like, once you've figured out a workflow for something, you know, like Rhino said, you know, he's done 3 missions in the time I've been naffing about with this. Once you've got the workflow and you understand how you need to do things within the confines of the game, it can be quite nice. But then the next patch comes along and everything is different, and you've got to figure it all out again. It's the Dutchman. Alright, so before this change, handing in these missions was quite easy. As it stands now, with how I've got my gems in this box, it's quite difficult. Because there's so many different qualities of gems in there that they can't be stacked into reasonable numbers to be able to then split them into the 80, 125 lots that I need. So I might be better off just turfing this box well, not necessarily turfing it, but not using this and starting again, so to speak. Because if I start again and I find a cluster of nodes, for example, let's take Hadanite. We find a cluster of 12 Hadanite. I'm going to mine each node. Each node's going to have a different quality, but each node is going to give me 5 gems. So let's keep the numbers simple. There's 10 nodes. There's 10 nodes in this patch of Hadanite. So I'm going to end up with 10 different stacks, right? Because each node's going to be a different quality. Each stack is going to be 5 gems. So from this mission's perspective, where I need 25 Hadanite, that's fairly straightforward. I need 5 stacks. Doesn't matter what quality they are, I just need 5 stacks. Fairly straightforward. I've just mined a patch of Hadanite, 10 nodes. I've ended up with 10 stacks. Each stack has 5 nodes, 5 gems in it. Fine. That's fine. Put all of those in my box. Fine. The Dolovine, same thing. The Aphrite, same thing. I think in my circumstances where I am right now, Dutchman, you're a legend, mate. Popping and dropping. What a legend. I'll see you again soon, mate. In my specific circumstance where I had all of these gems, I should have just put them in this box to come and hand in these missions. It would have made things so much easier. But instead, I brought them up in the freight elevator, which is then assigned a quality value to each of those gems individually. So in the circumstance where I brought up like 417 Aphrite or whatever, I now have 417 individual Aphrites of all different qualities, so I can't stack them. And even if the stack all button was working, it wouldn't stack them into stacks because they're all different qualities. So this box is a nightmare box. Best to disregard it and just sell everything that's in there. If I can be bothered trying to go through that process that we just went through then of just dumping them all into the freight elevator and then going into the kiosk and then selling them all, maybe at some stage I'll do that. But in terms of this process of handing in these contracts, I think it's easier just to start again because this is a mess in here. I don't think there's any reasonable stacks of anything in here. Like if we have a look for, let's have a look at Hadanite. These are all individual Hadanites. We've got 18 pages of individual Hadanite. All of them with completely different and unique qualities. Okay, hang on. Here's something interesting. So we've got a little patch of Aphrite and a little patch of Dolovine. So here's a 2 SCU store. So these ones we can keep. These are reasonable stacks. Where does the quality come into play then for selling? The quality comes into play for when you use these gems in the crafting machine, in the fabricating machine to make stuff. The higher the quality, the better the item that you can produce. And it's not normally like this. It's like this because, oh, here's a stack of 46 Hadanite. Okay, so we need 80 Aphrite, we need 100 Dolovine, and 25 Hadanite. So this is, we just need a little bit more Aphrite and we can hand in another mission. Why these stacks have appeared when I have a filter active for Hadanite, who knows? CIG can't develop things properly, so that's just the easiest explanation for that situation. They've got thousands of people, and that's part of the problem. You know, when we developed our software, we developed software for education, recruitment, and training organizations. 13 developers, 13 programmers, and then all the other staff and stuff, but 13 programmers, people cutting code. The software that we wrote was miles beyond what the government had developed for the industry. And I've met with so many ministers and CEOs and, you know, so many conferences and meetings and stuff. And I know I've been to Canberra and spoken with the development teams and hundreds and hundreds of programmers they have at the department. And with 13 people, we managed to write a program that, according to the industry, and it was a big reason why we were the market leader in that industry, was miles beyond what the government could develop, because they just had too many people. The bigger your idea is and the more people you have, the more fucked it is guaranteed to be. All right, let's all right, that's a reasonable stack. We can work with that. I don't know why there's no Dolavine there. Maybe I'm spelling it incorrectly. Or maybe everything in the box is just temporarily taking a vacation. All right, we're back. Okay, yeah, I can't see any more stacks of anything. All right, so we can sell everything that's in the giant box. Got a couple of new BPs tonight, Meta, for handing in some gems in Hurston. Now you can craft a strata set. I just need to mine a bit of good Aslerite. Alrighty. Let's go. What a kerfuffle. What a kerfuffle. Right, we need some Aphorite. So I think now there should only be one more mission. The hand mining. Because I don't think this will refresh until I hand in the other one as well. So we just need a handful more Aphorite. So let's go get a handful more Aphorite. And then we'll be able to hand this one in too. Alright, power. What a kerfuffle. Alright, so with that issue aside, I think just the regular process of mining now and ending up with those smaller stacks of individual, you know, or different quality items or different quality gems, I think these missions will be fine. So I'm going to assume there's nothing in the Moby Glass that lets you know that you've been awarded a blueprint. going to assume that is the case. So, Meta, when you say you got a couple of blueprints tonight by handing in some gems in Hurston, how did you know that? Did something pop up? Like, because I'm looking at the camera, reading the chat, looking at the screens, I don't get to see all the notifications that pop up on the screen. So I think if I was just playing and I was constantly looking at the screen, then maybe I'll see a notification that pops up. Mr. Chewy Num Nums, how are you? The notifications shows it for a bit on the home page. Okay. Right, so here under the notifications. Does this make the notifications bigger? Of course it doesn't. You'd expect that. That's normally what... Anyway. Enough carrying on about CIG's ineptitude. Okay, so... Contract complete. Small purchase order. Hand mined minerals. Okay, materials. And then it says here that I received a blueprint. Okay, Strata helmet, shooting star. Okay. Thank you. It comes up as a message in the top of the screen. Okay, yeah. That's great, but, you know, I don't get to see that all the time, right? And even if I was playing individually, I'd probably be watching videos and all that sort of stuff, so I'd miss that. So, okay, being able to look at things here in the notifications is good. Don't know what these things are there for. Anyway. Let's head back to Magda. Are you not entertained? Thank you for chilling out with me tonight and putting up... It's becoming fairly regular, me having a rant about this game. I'm not going to apologise for that. Like I said, I spent 24 years developing software and became the market leader in our industry. So it just naturally get frustrated by the level of ineptitude coupled with the vast amounts of money this game has generated. I guess I'm just a little bit angry because I don't have billions of dollars. Now, I understand CIG doesn't have billions of dollars either, but I can tell you, you know, Chris Roberts doesn't have a fucking credit card debt. Magda. So if you have been chilling out with me tonight and you're chilling over there on YouTube, thank you so much. Don't forget to click that like button for, you know, if you are somehow managing to stick with my my increased and probably increasing levels of sodium. And if you're chilling out with me on the old Twitcheroo, thank you so much. I've been watching the viewers go up and down, so people are tuning in and tuning out. But if you've been sitting here for a while and you've been vibing with my ranting, will it be night again? It's not! Oh my god, it's a miracle. Of course, I'm coming into Perlman, which is one of the only two places on Magda that actually has populations and mining centers. So I'm going to do some mining here, and no doubt we'll run into someone who's just not happy for me to be here and wants to say, no, Crouchy, you can be blown up. Let's get into scanning mode. It's just like I said, you know. When you've invested not just a lot of money, money's irrelevant. I really don't care about the money. Money comes and goes, and you know. But there's a feeling that this stupid game you know, invokes. How the hell are we traveling so fast on Magda? There's a feeling that this game invokes, and it's really upsetting because there's a potential in this game that is significant. And maybe it's just the reality that it's going to take time for that potential to actually be, you know, fully realized. I don't know. Let's go. Money's too easy to get, so you don't focus on it anymore. Yeah, I'm not talking about money in the game. I'm talking about money in real life, having spent a considerable amount of money, as I'm sure you have as well, Rhino, on this game. That's not what makes me frustrated. I couldn't give a shit about the money. Like you said, if you want more money, you just go and make it. Been making my own money since I was 14. It's the passion. It's the I don't know. There's just a feeling about. Oh, am I going to be able to get back up in here? Oh, who gives a shit? I don't know. This is a massive patch of Hadanite, man. Holy crap! We're in high mode. I might switch down to low. Talking to chat, Rano. Yeah, I'm missing bits of the chat because I'm not reading it in sequence. Too busy enjoying the sound of my own rant. This is not what I need, by the way, more Hadanite. It was just the first cluster I came across. What I really need is some Aphrite so I can hand in that second mission. But I mean, this is a good example, right? Each one of these nodes is going to be a different quality. So I'm going to end up with stacks of 5 gems, all different qualities. And for these hand mining missions, the ones that I have access to at the moment, I only need 20. Is it 20 or 25 Hadanite? So that's going to be either 4 or 5 stacks, 4 or 5 nodes per mining contract. So I only really need to do one big field of Hadanite like this, and then multiple fields of Aphrite and Dolomite. Okay, so the quality of this Hadanite is 248, and you can see it doesn't really have an overcharge zone. I'm back here. I'm back here. So let's see this next one, right? So I should be able to tell fairly instantly from that overcharge zone whether it's a good quality gem or not, No, rubbish. 554. Below average. So if I use, from what I understand from what I've been seeing in the chat so far, this Hadanite in a crafting recipe, it's going to give me a negative buff because it's below the par of 500. 500 is the base. If you use a material that's below 500, it's going to give you a negative sort of result. Let's see what this... Obviously, we can quite easily see what the quality is. Okay, so this is... Okay, interesting. So this is 496. It's below par. But it has a reasonable... Well, I wouldn't say that's reasonable. It has a bigger overcharge zone. Okay, that's that theory. Good to bed. I'm enjoying using this geo. It's good fun. Use below 500 for ammo if you have a blueprint. That's a good idea. Well, I say that's a good idea, but not knowing whether... So, ammo is just ammo. There's not a better quality of ammo, right? Can you produce a high-quality ammo that does more damage? Can you produce, like, is there different qualities of P4 ammo? Fraction mode. No. Okay, so that makes sense then. To use your low-quality materials to craft things that don't have a dependence on the quality of the input. So the Hadanite that I mined earlier, that was like 46 quality. That's what I'd use for ammo. I don't know how much... This is a massive field of Hadanite. And for what I really need... I don't know if I can be bothered. See, so again, this has an overcharge zone, but it's below par. Interesting. Whereas the few nodes that we just mined didn't have an overcharge zone, and they were also below par. I don't know if I can be bothered mining too much more of this Hadanite. I don't really need it for handing in these missions. I think I've got enough Hadanite on board to hand in 3 more missions. But we don't have enough Aphorite to hand in 1 more mission. And we don't certainly have enough Aphorite or Dolomite to hand in 2 more missions. Maybe I'll just grab a little bit more of that and I'll be done. Yeah, shit has no overheat zone. Like this one doesn't have an overheat zone. It was like 200 something. The quality of that patch. They did say there was going to be a reason to use low quality materials. Yeah, I hope there's a reason to use everything. Otherwise, I mean, that in some ways will go a little way to alleviating my concerns about how they've implemented this quality, mechanical feature. Because as it is, if you're only after high quality stuff, then all you're doing is just moving from one field to another looking for high quality stuff. It's really no different than what people have complained about for ages. Flying around, oh, can't break that. Fly around, oh, can't break that. Fly around, oh, can't break that. Now all we're doing is flying around, oh, that's shit quality. Flying around, oh, that's shit quality. Oh, that's shit quality. So if there's a reason to mine everything and then use the lower quality materials for something, I'm all about that. I think that's great. $220. Again, no overcharge zone on the 200s. So maybe the 400s have a slight overcharge zone. We haven't in this cluster at least seen any high quality Hadanite. So maybe they have a much larger overcharge zone. So again, no overcharge zone, 330. Still really is disappointing. It doesn't give you any, you know, it's all just random. It's like RNG sort of stuff. There's nothing I can do from a skill perspective to make the quality of these gems that I'm mining any better. It's just pure chance. I have no agency in this at all. The only agency I have is, oh well, I'll just move on to another patch. It's a bit disappointing. Could have been so much more interesting. Like this is maybe this is tier 0 and that this would be wonderful, right? This is like I've got my machine, like my camera in, you know, automatic mode, right? So here I'm going to mine this and I'm going to get Hadanite gems that are 408 quality. Fantastic. Great, let's go. Maybe, hopefully, in a tier 1 or a tier 2 or however they measure their tiers, in terms of the development and the, you know, yeah, the development of mining and gem mining, we can get to the point where we say, okay, look, I just want to mine this stuff. I don't want to be bothered with unnecessary complications or whatever, or complexity. I just want to mine, click and wait, and, you know, watch YouTube or whatever while I'm clicking and mining. But because I'm quite happy with the 330 quality Hadanite I'm going to get out of that, or I won't mine this, I'll just go to the next node. Quite happy with that. Or we can say, okay, let's open up the advanced options where I'm happy to accept the risk that I might end up with nothing because I've butchered it, or my skill as a player, both from a dexterity and player perspective and from an understanding of the game's mechanics and the technology and all that sort of stuff, I might end up with something that's vastly better than the 330 that I would get if I was just, you know, shooting in automatic mode, for example. Hopefully, that might be something that happens in the future as, you know, people play and feedback is given and CIG, you know, continue to develop and change their mind and, you know, implement new things or features that therefore influence things that they've done in the past and necessitate a change to this or that, or there has been no good quality gems in this cluster. I don't think I've seen anything over 500. See, it might be the case that here, I'm going to get 5 gems that are 247 quality. Or I open up my advanced features, which changes, you know, excuse me, what I need to do in the game. But then, based on my inputs, I might just get 1 gem that's 670. I might get one gem that's 800. I might get 2 gems. What was that one? 200 and something? I might get 2 gems that are 400 or something. It would have been nice if I had some level of agency in determining the quality of the material rather than just chance. I think Crash needs more Tim Tams. He's whinging far too much. Oh, 514. Funnily enough, this is a higher quality gem, but it's got a smaller overcharge zone than a lower quality gem. Try not to make too much sense or like read too much into things, because logic and reason and Star Citizen, they're not the same thing. The page is very different. Some is written on the paper, some is written on the cardboard, others are, you know, written on the toilet paper. Don't try to make it too much a reason, because that's not going to work. So you're going to have a brain damage. You doubt Num Num that Star Citizen will ever have an idle Eve-like mining system? I don't know anything about Eve. And did you mean to use the word idle, or did you mean to use the word ideal? Because idle implies that you don't do anything when you're mining. Meant to use idle. Okay, I doubt Star Citizen will ever have an idle Eve-like mining system. Eve is a point and click and it just does it. Well, that's pretty much all that's happening here. Kind of like, what's that other game that I played for a little bit? No Man's Sky? Where you just run around with your laser and you blast things. And then you just collect all the materials. Is that what Eve is like? Eve is just tab, target, point and shoot. Don't even manage power or anything. Drones just go and do it. Yeah, well, I hope Star Citizen never has anything like that. I mean, we're... How about a Tim Tam? I'm whinging way too much. Well, having said that, I don't really need to mine this whole patch of Hadanite. Sort of churned right through it. It's not even tab, just lock onto target. Hit one button and go AFK. Yeah, that doesn't sound interesting at all. Like this for me is like the baseline. Like I said, this is automatic mode, and this, you know, the game should have that. Some people enjoy this, and I enjoy it. It's great fun. It's super chill, and I love it. But I want the option to be able to say, okay, give me the next level. Because right now I feel like I want to have that extra stress, that extra anxiety, that extra pressure of trying to manage multiple things so that I can get a better outcome. And when I'm not in the mood for that, let me just go automatic. Especially because they've introduced this concept of quality. And for me, everything in my life, the higher the outcome, the higher the quality of the outcome is directly related to your level of input, not level of chance. So here we go. We've got a whole bunch. Oh, we've missed one gem from this patch here. We've got a whole bunch of individual 5 stacks and 110 stack too. We must have got another patch that was 330. And so I would like the option, the ability, the capabilities, the features, the functions to be able to get a higher level of reward by putting more in. And for those circumstances when I really can't be bothered, point and click, point and click. Just like I do when I'm taking photos with my cameras. You know, sometimes I'll just point and click, and other times, you know, I'll really set up a shot. I'll worry about my composition, I'll worry about the lighting, I'll make sure that the light's right, the time of day's right, you know, all that sort of stuff. One random Hadanite. Maybe that Hadanite that's sitting over there in the distance is that last piece of Hadanite for that cluster of 4. Ship mining. Yep, I'm going to need to do some ship mining, either get the prospector out or the mole out. I haven't done any for a while. But again, outside of just equipment, changing some components and stuff, you know, from what I remember, ship mining is exactly the same. You just point and click and then wait. The only things that influence what is happening is the equipment that you use. You're not actively doing anything during the process. Except maybe scrolling your mouse wheel to manage, you know, the power, which is, you know, once it's set, it's not much of a muchness. Okay, we might not be able to get back up here this way. There's some Dolavine over there. What I need is some. That's not going to work. We need a little bit of momentum. Amazing. Oh. Want to see me do some ship mining, Rhino? We will do some ship mining. $207. There it is. Alright, now we've got all stacks of 5. Lovely. I'm going to have to do some ship mining. The more I get involved in you know, the crafting, and going to need other materials. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of nice stacks of Hadanite, including this big one of 46. Let's see if we can track down some Aphrite. At least hand in, it's 2 o'clock. At least hand in one more mission. Mining explosion stream soon. Let's see. Let's hope so. Some excitement. Should I get this Dolovine? I need Aphrite. But I guess, you know, I'm still going to need the Dolovine as well. I'm not a huge fan of where all this stuff is. No, let's move on. Let's find somewhere that's a little flatter. Glaccosite. Now, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, which I often am, there are no missions for the Glaccosite, Beradomorphane Malign at the moment. Correct? It's just the hand mining. Aphrite. They're like saying something is weird. You used to be 14 hours ahead of me, now you're 15. We just keep getting further and further in the future, brother. Good quality ores are like less than 10% of the rock. You also get a secondary same ore with a lower quality, plus other ores and inert. Yeah, but from a you know, a feature perspective, from a mining perspective, I'm assuming it's just the same as it's always been. Click, wind up the power, and wait. They're your two inputs. Scroll wheel and wait. It's the same as this, right? You know, you've got the power bar and the optimal window, and you scroll up, you apply power until you get to the optimal window. You dial back so you don't shoot into the overcharge, and then you wait, yeah? That's what it is. Oh, man. Alright, so when I have a quick look here, Hadanite gave me 5 gems per node. Excuse me, Aphrite gives you 8. So we'll hit up some Dolovine next. Does Dolovine give you 10? So we've got 8, and we need 80 Aphrite per mission, which means we need 10 nodes. So that cluster of Hadanite we just did was enough for quite a number of missions. This cluster of Aphrodite looks like it'll be enough for one. I kind of like that. Just a little sprinkling of Hadanite, and then one patch of Aphrodite, one patch of Dolovine, and then you can go hand in a contract. Kind of like that. Whereas, you know, in the past when I've been mining, it's always been like, you know, how much can I collect? And then, you know, go sell some huge quantity of gems. Kind of like this. Pick up a contract, and then go mine a patch of Aphrodite, a patch of Dolovine, and 1 or 2 nodes of Hadanite. You don't even need to mine the whole, you know, cluster of Hadanite, just a couple of nodes. And you get paid 50 grand or whatever it is. So the Hadanite missions you handed in runner were 56. So that's the next tier level. Let's have a quick look where I am, yeah? Again, no, I'm not gonna say anything. Shooting. So we're neutral. I'm gonna say it, fuck it. See, there's nothing here that incentivizes me to grind a little bit more, because I don't know how many more contracts I need to complete. I don't know how many more points I need to earn. I don't know how many more missions I need to do to be able to bump me up another level. And you know, if I relate this to, you know, a real world setting, right, where you have, you know, different levels of, let's just take work for example. We have, everybody has the same thing. You have different levels at work. I'm GC3, for example. If I wanted to be GC4, then I know what I need to do to become GC4. And if I don't want to do that, then I won't become GC4, and that's entirely up to me. And so I don't want to be GC4 because I don't want to have to do the extra shit. So I'm quite happy being GC3. In this circumstance, I've got no idea what I need to do to become a junior contractor. And so from a game perspective, the gamification, the things that make games games, like most of my game development, forget about software development, I worked in a completely different industry. But from a game development, the games that I've designed have all been tabletop games, board games and miniature games. I've got quite a lot of experience. I've worked in that industry for 15 years. From a game perspective, Star Citizen is missing everything that makes it a game. Anyway, that's that rant over. I'll bust out this patch, then I might go hand in another contract. So you're almost not knowing is half the fun. No, it's not at all. That's not how games work. So you're almost at what sort of levels are there? So senior contractor, so veteran contractor, head contractor, and elite contractor. Like that. I'm gonna keep ranting. Fuck it. There's a reason why every MMO has all of those things in it, so you can see where you're going and what you need to do to get there, because that keeps people excited, enthused, motivated to go, okay, well, I'll just do a little bit more. I want that in this game. I'm quite happy to sit here and just do another mission and another mission and another mission and be blissfully ignorant. Like you said, not knowing is kind of, you know, I don't think that not knowing is part of the fun, but I don't, you know, there's not a part of me that's going, oh, I wonder how many more of these I need to do. But I would like to know that from, you know, so that I know where I can prioritize my time. They're trying. Very trying. It is real bare bone. Look, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, this is very much in its early days. I mean, we're not even at a version 1 yet, and that's partly because, like I said, you know, they're trying to do things that nobody else has ever done, and I think it's admirable. And you know, the team there, I think they're doing, you know, the best job that they can probably do within the confines of how they're trying to do it. I mean, if you're trying to, you know, go fishing by sitting on a mountain, then you're probably doing the best job you can up there on the mountain. You might not get a lot of fish, but you're probably doing the best job you can. And I think that they're probably doing the best job that they can within the confines of of how they're going about it. And when it gets to that point where all of the tech that they've been writing and developing and, you know, building is running, is functioning, and, you know, we're at that point now where it's just, okay, we can make this bit a little bit better. We can make this thing a little bit better. Rather than we need to build this whole system. We need to build this whole star architect, star cloth, fucking star planet, star, you know, leaf. Once they're past that point, in maybe another, you know, I don't know, 5-6 years, much like World of Warcraft. Very, very basic in the beginning. And then 20 years later, it'll change. Which is what I was saying before, you know, somebody was saying, you know, maybe come back in 4.8. Unless you really want to be involved in each of the patches, I'd probably say, you know, come back in 3 years. That's a very valid point there, Trucker. How much power have we got in here? Because of how bare the game is, like in a basic way, that's the excitement on what the possibilities they have. Yeah, exactly. If I can use another analogy, it's kind of like being, you know, 14-year-old Viv, 15-year-old Viv, when I got my first really nice BMX. It had all the features at that stage that you'd want on your BMX, and it was real nice, light, had all the great brakes, had the pegs and everything you need, and they were building a new skate park, you know, sort of in between my house and the school that I went to. And so every time I'd ride past, you'd see, oh, they're starting to work on this bit of the park, and then, oh, they're starting to work on this bit of the park. Hang on, why haven't they finished that bit over there? They've started working on this bit, but that ramp's not even finished yet. Okay, so I can't even use that bit yet. And then, you know, a couple of weeks later, you'd be like, oh, fuck, they've finished that bit, and we can go up there and we can use it, and this dropping and that ramp and all that sort of stuff. And then progressively over the whatever it took, almost 2 years for them to finish that awesome skate park. Every time you'd go past, you'd be like, this is going to be great, this is going to be great. And then you'd come past the next week and part of it would be all blocked off because they fucked up something or the concrete had cracked and they had to redo it. That's kind of what it's like. Fuck, it's 2:15 and I'm super loud. Oh. So it's kind of like, I mean, there's a reason why I'm still sitting here playing the game and ranting about it. And why people have been unfollowing, and that's fair, I can understand that. But I love this game, and I'm going to keep playing it, I'm going to keep ranting about it. And if that's not your bag, well then we can have different bags. All right, lovely. There was an April Fool's by an erectile dysfunction streamer saying that Cloud Imperium was buying out erectile dysfunction. Interesting. There's a lot that pisses you off, Rane. Just don't have a Twitch or a YouTube to tell the world. It's probably a good thing, mate.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters.
I need some sort of plugin that reads out, and I have no doubt that there is one, that reads out what comment people put in for their fines. Do I think Salty Mike is salty? Not really. I don't think so. I think Salty Mike and I are somewhat similar in our approach to this game. Again, we're both super hopeful and passionate and excited about the game. And that sometimes leads to, you know, a level of opinion that, as has been happening tonight, some people just get frustrated with it and go, this guy's is super negative and, you know. Alrighty then. Whole bunch of aphrite in clusters of 8, which is nice. So we need 10 clusters of these, or yeah, 10 clusters. What the fuck is this? Get Atlas Geo. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's enough aphrite there for another mission. And I think I needed... Let's have a look. Don't need to think, we can actually have them. This is right. So 66 aphrite. So we need, what do we need? 14 more aphrite for another mission. Okay, so we've got enough aphrite for 2 missions. We've got enough Hadanite for a bunch of missions. We've got enough Dolovine for 1.6 missions. So we need a little bit more Dolovine and then we can hand in 2 more missions. I like this. It gives purpose to going out and mining outside of just, you know, mining a whole bunch of gems and, you know, having, you know, 10 SCU of gems to go and sell. Yes, at the end of the day, I'm still getting the money for it, but I feel like I'm accomplishing something, which brings me back to that whole gamification of rep. You know, there needs to be a purpose for it, and that little number that moves forward, that's the reason. You want to see that number moving forward. Or a horizon getting closer. That does things to people's brains from a purpose perspective. All right. Shall we find the light, my good fellows? Let's get some cruise control going on. Yeah, there's timers, hey? Let's have a look. Oh, the 58k one is back. We must have burnt through them. The timer has timed it out, and now the missions have popped back up. The purpose for rep is to get blueprints. The focus is moving away from AUEC. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And yeah, exactly. And to help with that, when people see those numbers moving, it triggers an emotional response in your brain. And without that, the player doesn't get that same response. Like, this is great, but it's like the bare minimum. There's a whole bunch of data that's missing here that the player needs to be invested in achieving this. All right, I think we're far enough out to be able to make a jump to the bright side. Let's head on over to Han. What do we reckon? If you've joined us on the old YouTube, welcome to Crouch's Rant. Drop a like if you want to. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you for the people who've been chilling out on Facebook. It's getting late. On Twitch. God, Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook for years. Alright, this is a super chill song. Just chill out. Just mine some gems. Get rid of my stupid face. Let's just mine some gems. Soapbox is closed, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of Dolovine and then we can hand in a contract. Let's have a look and see where they are. Ripper on Hurston. Lathan on Ariel. I get upset so you don't have to. Me getting upset makes other people upset and then they unfollow my channel, which makes me upset. Thinking we could probably boot over to Ariel, pick up the Dolovine that would, oh Jesus Christ, lucky I had a positive pitch, otherwise we would have crashed straight into the planet. Could boot over to Ariel, get the last little bit of Dolovine that we need. Or we could stay here, given we're already here, grab a little bit of Dolovine, boot over to Ariel, hand in the mission, and then boot over to Hurston, hand in the mission. Does that say aluminium ore? Quantanium. Does anyone on my server want me to stop and have a look at this quantanium? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get any details on it though, right? Don't think I'm going to get the same details as you'd get if you scanned it with a mining ship. Quantanium. .29% inert material. Barrel. 7% barrel. 3.5% quantanium. What did I say we needed? Dolivine. Upper right. Sandworm or something. Whoa! More apparite, more weird creatures. Glaccosite. Say glaccosite? This is, yep. nonsense, hey? Or aphrite. This little thing. More aphrite. Mr. Acorn, appreciate you, mate. Have a wonderful rest. Hope you have a wonderful Easter. Shall see you next time. Sevens, buddy. Dolavine. There we go. This here looks good to me. Dump it on the ground. Dump it on the ground. Maybe not quite there. That'll do. All right, I'll grab a little bit of this Dolavine, and then we'll have enough to finish 2 missions. Do I have a helmet on? I do. So let's have a look. Hadanite gives us 5 gems. Upright gives us 8. So we need to open the door. I think Dolavine's going to give us 10. So Rhino, you're almost up to a senior contractor, or you are a senior contractor. What are your hand mining missions worth? What's the payout go up to? Again, these are, these are the bits of information that players, you've got to think about it from an employment perspective. There's no way you'd do extra work if you didn't know how much extra you were going to get paid. All that leads to is people data mining to find out that information because they want to know it. They need to know it so they can prioritize their time. And if people are going to go to the effort of data mining that stuff and putting it on forums, putting it on Spectrum, putting it on their own website, it's a clear indication that the game needs to have that. So why doesn't CRG just put it in? Chris has, I know he's spoken about this before, I don't quite remember, but I know that he has a problem with identifying that sort of stuff. Why? I don't know. He's a game designer. I don't understand his logic. From everything that I know about game design, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so Dolovine is also in clusters of 8. You haven't been looking? Okay. Alright, we're heading up on 5 hours. Alright, so we'll grab a little bit of Dolovine. We should be able to hand in 2 missions. And I think that will be quite successful. But this way, having the clusters, stacks of gems, makes these missions way more approachable than the nightmare that I was dealing with in that 8 SCU box. Two missions, you got less of a 42k each. Okay, thank you. Both of a 56 Hadanite. So just for Hadanite. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Keep wiping yourself out of missions. Keep wiping myself out of missions. I have to wait for them to come back. Just an 180 Avarite for 38k. Okay, so you're at the level now where the missions are just one type. Does it still offer you the lower level ones as well? Can you see? Do you see more than just the 2 for your level? Like as you go up in levels, do you still see contracts for the lower levels? I think obviously from a rep perspective, you want to be doing the highest sort of level of mission as the, you know. Obviously if you're trying to prove your mettle to somebody and they've offered you a more challenging task and you say, oh, I'm going to do the one that's a little bit easier, thanks very much. They're obviously not going to be as impressed with you, i.e. their reputation, your reputation in their eyes is not going to be, you know, improved as much as it would be if you were like, yeah man, I'll take that hard task, let's go. I think they removed the lower level missions now to stop you spamming easy missions to get rep. wonder how many of like the lead designers at CIG have ever developed a card game or a board game or some sort of rule set, a tabletop game. Because that doesn't make any sense. Removing the lower level missions to stop people spamming those missions to get easy rep. Because that's not normally how you deal with that situation. You'd still allow the player to have access to that lower level mission because it suits certain situations of that player's situation or scenario. It could be time, could be materials, it could be whatever it is. But instead of, rewarding them with reputation, you just reward them with the lower level of whatever they're supposed to be driving towards. You don't remove the option for them to, to do that quest or that mission. Which is why I asked the question. I wonder how many of them have ever designed an actual game. Board game, card game, tabletop game. Big difference between being a game developer versus a game designer. Yeah, let us do the lower missions, but yeah, give us 80% less rep. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it says right here in Idiot Runner, it was showing me Adagio rep as default. You're halfway through contract, okay. We should certainly have enough dollar by now to hand in 2 more contracts so we can do, if they're still available, the one over at Ariel, and then we can boot back to Hurston, do that one, and then camp out in the ship. I did my camp diary, have I turned it off? No, I turned it off to try and reduce the amount of ranting that was going on. But clearly I'm incapable of doing that, or of not doing that. You know what I need to do? Instead of ranting about CIG and their game design decisions, I said just chill out, just do some rock mining. I mean, Starstreams was getting great levels of viewership on YouTube with his rock mining chill streams, and he didn't rant about the game or the differences or or the fundamentals of game design or anything. He just played the game and had fun and got into all different sorts of scenarios, and up until the point where he started getting frustrated with the game, as we all do, as we all do. But he had great viewership, so maybe I should just do that, play the game, and then instead put that passion that I feel for game design back into my own games, and actually get around to publishing those games, rather than carrying on about how other people are making a shit mess of theirs. That's what I should do. That sounds like a more more appropriate use of my energy and then maybe I'll become a real streamer. I can spend more time streaming and more time working on my own games and being paid by the kind viewers of the internet. Maybe I'll get some sponsorships from Surfshark and Better Health. We can then complain about your games. Indeed. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. How have they spelled aluminium? They've spelled it aluminum, haven't they? God, they're supposed to be a British company. They spelled it aluminum or aluminium. I think that says aluminum, right? Fucking idiots. One more thing to moan about. You've got to get a geo to mine in this patch. Not really. You can use the rockets just a little bit more. You know, it's possible. But with the misalignment of its laser beam and the crosshair and stuff, it's just, you've got to keep like moving on and off of it to see where the percentage is or the power bar is. But it's doable in a rock. Honestly, it's not that difficult. I wonder sometimes why you've got to hand stack some of these. All right, that's plenty. Plenty. It would have been quite nice if the dollar vine gave you stacks of 10. $959 on that stack of dollar vine. Look at that. Don't get you started on salvage emissions, Rhino. That's a rant and a half. I'm sure, you know, as I get into salvaging and I spend a lot of time salvaging and I understand more about salvaging, we'll be able to, you know, we'll be able to rant together on salvaging. 959 for the dollar vine. Maybe I should keep that stack. At this point, I'm not too concerned about, you know, crafting and the like tiers and all that sort of stuff. Do we have a spare box? Don't, do we? Oh, rumble groan. I don't really want to use this box. It's a nightmare in there. Back in a minute. Guess we could try and sell all that stuff. kind of need another box to be able to put the mission stuff in. That makes it easy to submit contents for the mission. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Open the contract manager.
Certainly, Commander.
Oh, this is the one for aerial. How do I accept this? Well, I think my HUD is kind of in the way, isn't it? Is in the way. ATF, right? $100 one, 25 Hadanite. Set a course for the mission objective. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Hey, what's up? Brogan here.
Set a course for the mission
Short
objective.
thank you for picking up another gig with us. Could really use your help bringing up the close-up numbers for the month.
Set a course for the objective.
Acknowledged.
No using the word mission. And no like of the word mission. Salvaging components, hey? Yeah, you can only remove size 1 and 2. You can't remove size 3, right? Hey, Calypso, how are ya? Blowing myself up much today? Excuse me. No, we haven't had an unintended deconstruction of the ship for quite some time. Hope you are well. Alright, let's duck down here to Lathan and go and in this mission. That light flickering about. Is there a rock down there? That's a nurser. All right, what we need to do personal storage, 700 gems. Excuse me, I could have muted that. 103%. Okay, we've got slightly too many gems. Let's go through a little bit of suffering. We'll try and use whatever we can from this box first. Do I have a helmet on? I do. Square is blue, it's good for you. For some reason, feeling a little bit concerned about the ship. Let's just close that up. Okay. Just try and use up some of the gems that we've still got in this box. In a frustrating and annoying way. Now that I know that it works this way, it's just tedious. I can go through it. So it's going to use 20. So we've got 100 Hadanite there. So we've got enough Hadanite there for several missions. It's stacked it all. What, the town of business? It's reset its quality and stacked it. Well, here's another thing to try and figure out. I think Acorn said something about this earlier on. If you send stuff down in a freight elevator, or maybe it was Rhino, send stuff down in a freight elevator and then bring it back up and send it back down again, it resets it or something. Re-rolls the quality. So let's send all of that back down. 275 Hadanite. Oh yeah, they were saying if you send down more than you need for the contract, so in this case 275 Hadanite, we've already handed in the Hadanite, it's going to stack the rest. Where is the rest? Or have we lost the rest? Lost the rest. It's certainly not here. Wasn't you, Rhino? You're sending down the correct amount every time. Must have been Acorn. He was saying, like, if you send down more than the contract needs, it re-rolls the excess. It re-rolls the quality on the excess. In this case, though, it hasn't seemed to have stacked this stuff. Let's get our container. Still Hadanite. I think there was this much Hadanite in there. I know that there's some other gems in there. Let's just select all of this. Stick it over here. Sends it all back up. It's that song again. $475 Hadanite. We duplicating the Hadanite? Yeah, I'd love to use 2 boxes, but one of the boxes is full of shit. Which I was kind of hoping to use up some of that shit for this mission. Because yes, 2 boxes would make the situation much easier. Send the box back up, then the box back down. Let's just try and empty the box into the warehouse. I don't know what happened to that stack of Hadanite that we just had. Because it hasn't seemed to have, you know, re-rolled the quality on all of this Hadanite. Let him do his crazy thing. I know exactly what you guys are talking about. I just don't have a second box that's empty to be able to do what you guys are talking about. Hence the reason I need to empty this box so I then have 2 boxes to do it the fucking easy way. I've got heaps back at Lawville. Got fucking boxes galore. But I've got one with me. So we just do it this way. It's really not a big problem. And in the end, I might end up with thousands of pieces of Hadanite if I am in fact duplicating all of this Hadanite to sell to the station here. The only thing frustrating about... Oh, we're at the end of it! We are at the end of it, yeah! We're done it, the box is empty, yeah! Alright, the box is empty. Likes all around on YouTube for the box being empty. Thank you so much. Yes, the box is empty. All right, we've already handed in the Hadanite that we needed to. So what I might try and do is we'll just stick this in the ship for the moment. Get in the ship. All right. See. We can sell this Hadanite here. Last time I tried to sell gems at an outpost, it didn't work. They were not interested in buying the gems. Maybe these guys are not interested in buying my gems. Good lord. Alright, we got a bunch of baritone here. At a time. Yeah, the way they've implemented this quality has had some, I think, unintended side effects on other aspects of the game. I mean, surely this would have come up. It's baffling. Sell this Beradom too. I don't think I need it for anything. Gonna go kill a cow, skin it, cook it, eat it, and you'll be back. Am I selling the same 3 pieces of Beradom over and over and over? Yeah, once all of this mess is out of the way, what we've got in the ship is quite easy to sell and deal with and hand in and cash in. It's just this clutter that is the issue. Once we deal with the clutter, I don't understand why there's Beradom here, though. And I don't understand why it's in stacks of 25. Because we haven't mined any Beradom. It's just another, you know, quirk. This was all Hadanite before. And somehow it's become stacks of Beradom. All right. Interesting. Bring Hadanite here to Lathan, and it converts itself into Beradom. Alright, so we need 80 Aphorite and 100 Dolavine. Get over here. Alright, so if we... That's the 8, and that's the store all. Now, we do have some nice little stacks that we can use here, but I think we might leave those alone for the moment. This is Dolavine, hey? So how many Dolavine do we need? We needed 100. So that's 10 stacks, 80. 100. And we needed 80 Aphorite, correct? Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alrighty. We send the boxy downy. We move the boxy over. We open up the boxy. We selected the whole boxy. Move them to the elevatory. We select everything. What is going on here? What are these stacks doing here? And what is all this Hadanite? Oh, good Lord. You guys saw exactly what I did. You can replay the stream back if you want. Oh, no, you know what I've done? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I know what I did. I moved the gems that I needed from the 2 SCU box into the 8 SCU box. And then I brought the 2 SCU box here instead of the 8 SCU box.
Hey, it's Shubin. Crack a cold on me for
But
job well done.
at least it stacked everything nicely for me.
Give a holler if it isn't.
So now in theory, I can open up this box, put all this stuff inside the box, close the box, bring the box back up. And then what we'll find is in that 8 SCU box there is the other gems that we were supposed to put in here. So now what we can do is we'll have a look in here. So this has the Dolovine and the Apherite we need. So to that one, okay, it's a bit of a stretch for gems tier 0. It's the only box I had. Hadanite, we can split this out into a stack of, I think it's, is it 25 Hadanite that I need? 5. Split that out, put in my backpack. Get another box! Alright, that box is now ready to deposit for the next cash in. Let's go. Good Lord. So what I really need is a 1 SCU box. 1 SCU box is my transfer box. That's what I send down. It's not like a 1 SCU box will have 1,000 gems in it. We're not submitting 1,000 gems. Oh, this one's gone over to Aberdeen. Get one of each, then I can pay boxes to your... Well, if I get one of each, then I can stack boxes within boxes. That's the best way to do things.
Jake Brogan from Shubin here. Glad to see you picked up another contract. Let's use the PAT approach. Preparation, action, and thoroughness. Good luck.
Alright, let's see how quickly I can die in Aberdeen without the right sort of suit. Set a course for the objective.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Alright, so in theory, this cash in, this transfer should be a lot smoother. We have everything we need in that giant 8 SCU skull box. Should be. Yes. A Tim Tam to fortify ourselves for what I'm sure is about to become another drum. Our citizen is drama indeed. Churning through the missions, just cashing in all his hard work. That is the way. Grind out the gems and then just spend an evening cashing them all in. That is how a hero does it. That is how the legends, those with the will and the desire to succeed, this, my friend, is how they achieve it. Right. Stand in. Send the box down. Move the box over. Open up the boxy. Move the gems across. Close the boxy. Select everything and put it on the freight elevator. bring the freight elevator up. I'll wait for the freight elevator to surface like a submarine coming to the surface to have a little bit of peek around. Hello? Is there anybody here? What is going on here? And then once it is ready, send it back down again. All you need to do is click the arrow. And there, ladies and gentlemen, the mission will complete. Do not forget to retrieve your 8 SCU skull box. You shall need that. So bring it to the surface. Again, just like a submarine.
It's Jake Brogan from Shooting. Great job knocking out that contract. My manager's super jazzed about my output this quarter and says I might be up for promotion if I keep it up.
Now we can take our box and be on our merry way. Let's check our stash that is aboard and see what we have in terms of being close to completing another mission. We have not much of anything at all. We need 80 apherite, we are 70 short. We need 100 dolivine, we are only 16 short. We have plenty of Hadanite. We do not require more of that wonderful substance. Gem of crystalline perfection. That, ladies and gentlemen, we do not need to worry about. It is the apherite and the dolivine that we need in abundance, in quantities that would allow us the ability to cash in multiple contracts. We have enough Hadanite for 5 more contracts. But the purple and the green gems, do we dare to mine on Aberdeen without a fat man suit? Are we prepared to risk it? As they would say sometimes, up for the biscuit. Shall we attempt it? How much fate shall we tempt? I'm thinking quite a bit. This little bit of apherite that lies before us. Let us burn! Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let's grab this little bit of apherite while we're here. Hey, let's move these boxes out of our way. Rudeness. Maximum amount of. Let's shove this over here. Doesn't quite fit, but there's no grid there, hey? Rude. Alright, we have med pens. We can survive. I can scan what the little clusters there. Why do I need to scan them? We are Hungary. Well, speaking of Hungary, I need to catch up on the news. What sort of legendary efforts is Mr. Orban getting up to at the moment? What a hero. What a hero. We'll mine these ones. Then we might duck out into space. Bedlog. I shall catch up with my news. And then we can all enjoy a wonderful Easter. So Motherfig, why would I scan these gems? What would be the point of me scanning the gems? Why did you say you can scan them, you know? I must be confused, my good man. I thought as I was flying into this little patch of Aphrodite, your message appeared. You can scan them, you know. Siren the Voice is joining us on the old Twitcheroo. How are you, my friend? Welcome. I hope you are well. To determine the quality for crafting. So you would do that from inside the ship, would you, Siren? You would scan these gems from inside the ship to determine whether or not it's worth your effort to stop and consume these minerals for your crafting efforts. At the moment, I do not need these gems, these mineral marvels. For crafting. The quality to me at this point in time is less important than the actual gems themselves. I need these wonderful little bits of beautiful shininess simply to hand in for the missions. And the crafting, the quality of my crafted components is also of less concern to me, given that everything in this game at this point in time is relatively temporary. We have stashed away back at the hangar some of the higher level gems that we have found. Not many. Some. But not many. For the purposes of crafting with some higher level components. But these ones, these ones are destined for Shubin. Bit of geo inside a mole, hey? Oh, goodness me. Just a sun devil. Look at this brave adventurer traveling into the nether regions of the After Dark. At this time of the evening, you are, my friend, a brave soul indeed. Welcome. Not seen you for a long time either. I have not really. Please allow myself to turn in a direction that would be left or right. There we go. We simply need to press the right key. Unlocks the ability to traverse in any direction. Siren had her on a PC. So I had to come and say hi. Well, hello there, adventurer. We are here collecting some gems. It has been an interesting session. We're hitting the 6-hour mark. It has been full of some questionable activity. A fair degree of frustration. More than a little bit of ranting. Some carrying on. A fair degree of swearing. Block your ears, my tender folk, but the word cunt might have been mentioned a number of times. We are here at the end. Relaxed and calm. Mining a few gems. So that Shubin Interstellar has the materials they need to no doubt cause the downfall of some poor peasants somewhere in the verse. So the quality of these minerals is not really of too much concern to me at this point in time. I'm still trying to get my head around crafting, around blueprints, around all of this new features and functions we have in this mind-altering game. But I shall be finishing up shortly. Got a few more things I need to organise around the house before Easter in the morning. I am uncertain of the protocol at this point in time. I did not get a chance to liaise with Mrs. Crouch about whether I am performing the role of the Easter Bunny tonight. My daughter has probably figured it out by now, but we have a young one coming in the morning. My other not daughter is arriving, the Crumpet. I think she is not yet ready to acknowledge the reality. The fallacies that the parents and the adults that surround her force upon her reality. So we shall indulge her innocence and continue to lie to the poor creature about the existence of the Easter Bunny. It's getting quite hot, and I'm sure we're about to start taking some damage. You're 55 and still want to believe. Well, it is nice, isn't it? It is nice. I would like the Easter Bunny to bring me enough cash to pay my credit card bills so they can stop charging me interest. That would be nice. It's getting a little bit blurry. Damage is about to be taken. Passing out is on the horizon. Board the ship, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's close up the doors to this fair steed. Have ourselves a drink, maybe consume a burrito. What is in this hopper? Doesn't make much sense to me. Here is the atlas. Evaporite. We shall have evaporite. 982. That might be a nice little stack to keep. Alright, which box are we using? Again, the massively oversized 8 SCU box. I think it's necessary. That's the 2 SCU box. Why are we looking at the TS2 SCU box when I opened the 8 SCU box? Here we go. We've got different pages and tabs we can look through now. It's incredible. Let's get 10 stacks of aphorite in there. You need food, Rhino? You've got none in the house? Maybe I'll have some spicy noodles. So I sit down and catch up with my ewes. We need 25 Hadanite. That doesn't work properly. 25. Okay, that's weird shit's going on here. Am I not surprised? 2, 5, split. Then I open Backpacky, Anvil Asgard. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to move stuff from this box into this box. Can I drag it into that box there? Does that work? Doesn't work. Maybe if I go here, that opens that box, and then we can drag that in there. I am liking this new inventory and the ability to be able to interact with multiple different types of containers. And when I say containers, I mean, you know, backpacks and boxes and ships and inventories, you know what I mean. All right, we need a little bit more Dolavine. Only 16 more pieces, and we can hand in another mission. Before we do that, I shall probably eat myself some food, or I have an issue. Constitution. Gobble, gobble. Look at that burrito. So tasty. Let's have another. About 6 hours. It's almost 3 a.m. There's always going to be just a little bit more. I just need another 14 of these. I just need another 21 of those. Maybe I should call it an evening. It has been a wonderful stream. We've lost a few followers thanks to my ranting, but that's okay. Sometimes you need to take the rubbish out, or at least open the door and let it fly free. We've had several people join us on the old YouTube, which has been wonderful. We've had some people pop in and say hello, which has been wonderful. And we have had a chance to play a little bit of Star Citizen and interact with some of these new features and functions, some of which have been enjoyable and some of them have been, you know, more than just a little bit frustrating. But that is okay. Let's get inside that room as we can. Right, whereabouts are we? We could probably bedlog where we are. Let us try it. It's been a wonderful evening. We almost got 10 likes on the old YouTube tonight. Yes, we can log out here. It's been a wonderful evening. Thank you, everyone. Putting up with my ranting. The interesting discussions in chat. Mr. Darker Corn gifted out a sub to Metaphysical so he doesn't have to watch the fucking ads anymore. Oh, what a legend. What a legend. Mr. Dutchman dropping in with another contribution twice today. Donating some money to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Zmark Miniatures, how are you, my friend? Is controller viable? I don't think so. I don't. Well, it might. It might be. You know, I'm using flight sticks, and that's just a controller, right? You can map the buttons to that, so I'm assuming you'd be able to use a controller. I don't know if there'd be enough buttons on the controller to do everything that you need to be able to do in Star Citizen, so you probably need your controller and the keyboard. You know, there's a fairly significant number of keybinds involved. So maybe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is me for the evening. If you have been watching on YouTube, drop a like on your way out. If you've been watching on the old Twitcheroo, thanks for joining me tonight. I shall catch everybody later on. Dan, you can't use a keyboard and mouse, unfortunately, due to an injury. But I do a mixture of the two? Yeah, of course. Yes, yes. Yeah, the game's quite good in terms of its interfacing to, you know, peripherals. I shall catch everyone next time. Have a wonderful Easter. I do kind of just want to jump back in and grab that little bit of Dolvine, but at the same time, it's 3 a.m. I'm hungry. I want to catch up on my news from Ukraine and Iran. Yeah, I've got to go. Oh, so everyone, thanks for popping in, Siren. It's great to see you, Sun Devil. Thanks for popping in. I'm going to try and, you know, keep streaming a little bit more regularly. Just get back on it. Doesn't take long to just pop on for a couple of hours and do a quick stream. I can have a rant, increase my blood pressure, gets my heart rate going, helps me lose weight. See ya. Apparently, I can't end the stream. OBS has stopped working. Well, it hasn't stopped working. I just can't click on anything. It's a sign. It's a sign. I just can't click on it, any of the buttons to stop the stream. Can't click on anything. Maybe we just need to Alt F4 out of here. I don't know. But my ability to stop the stream doesn't exist. Do not know. I'll figure something out. See you next time.